I'm gonna continue to do the Buildspace project from where I left off yesterday. I think I'm gonna do the first 1.5 hours with the camera and then remove the camera after, so I can stay for a longer time, hopefully. Not sure how long I'm gonna stay, but I'm gonna try to stay as long as possible. And if I feel like I'm getting too tired of streaming, then I'm gonna stop. But I think I'm gonna continue to work regardless on this off stream. So this is the update that they said. And I think that they might be okay if you just show that you tried like to get users. You made posts, everything like that. So I think if I'm able to finish the whole loop until the demo day, then I can post everywhere and see if I can get 10 people to use it. And then that will probably be enough to make the update. So I'm gonna try my best. Obviously, it's outside of my control, I think, because like there might be things now that I don't know, like I get stuck and then it just takes a long time to figure out. So, but I'm gonna try my hardest, I think, on these 3 days, and then hopefully I can make it happen until then. So I made this list here, and that's the stuff that I have to do now. So the first thing is to fix the tab indent. I think that's important because it's really annoying if you can't do the tabbing when you're writing stuff on Python. And then fix the smart braces. So that's because that's also an annoying thing. When you put the curly braces, it would be better if it's the thing puts the other one, the closing one, automatically. That's really helpful in most IDEs. Then obviously after that, I have to figure out the on change and how to send the inputs. And then also just realize now that I think it's going to be difficult, this part of formatting the code correctly on the backend. Because I think that I'm going to have to figure out like the parsing, because when you send the data to the server, it breaks down on bytes, and there's this protocols of messages, of communication between the front end and the client, that you have to send frames to let the client and server know that a message is coming. And then there's several protocols, like there's several layers of the way that the information is transmitted over the internet, also with encryption, so that nobody can like see what's happening, and it gets very complicated. But pretty much obviously the libraries handle this for you, but the main thing is that like the way you send the data is going to be different than the way that you receive. But I think maybe if you just use the load JSON function, JSON.load, then it formats the data correctly already. But there might be the case that the indentation is going to be off, or some stuff is going to be off, and then I'm not going to be able to use that input directly to run the script in the other file, like pass as an argument everything that I receive. So it might be more difficult than what I'm thinking. So yeah, I'm not sure how long it's going to take to figure all this stuff out. And then after that is the most annoying part as well, which is the deployment. I think at first I'm going to figure out with Flask if it works, just see the formatting and everything, but then I'm going to have to build an API from scratch, I think, in Django, and just do a REST API instead of a WebSocket, and then try to deploy. And the issue is that I have to do everything by Monday this time here, so yeah. It's going to be very difficult, I think. So I probably won't talk much. Just put some music and then do this for as long as I can. Also drinking coffee today. It's not good, I think, to drink coffee, but I think with exceptions is okay. I think Andrew Huberman says that like it doesn't matter. You can drink as long as it's not a lot. But obviously I don't think it is good, because it's one of those things that it gives you a high and then you crash later. So, but I think just like with anything, you have to be flexible and dynamic. I think I disagree with the framework of Jeff Bezos of regret minimization. Yeah, he says like his mindset is pretty much a poker mindset, where you should analyze all your decisions and see if you had any regrets, and then try to minimize those regrets. But I think that's more of a GTO approach to life, let's say, where you try to be balanced all the time. And I think that's not the correct way, because the correct way is has both sides of the symmetry at the same time. So like GTO is exploitation, and is a gradient of distribution, because the universe is not going to be like a perfect player, let's say. It has like, it's a perfect imperfection, let's say. So the best way is to navigate it. That's the reason why it's so hard, and there is no right answer, because every circumstance is different. So like the correct action, let's say, is impossible to say, because it goes towards infinity, the amount of complexity you have, and it becomes subjective. And the essence of space-time is the distribution of objectivity to subjectivity, which is a funnel of information, which is a multifractal pattern that is interconnected with everything. That's the essence of how the electromagnetic field interacts with space-time, in my view, current view of things. I don't think this was doing anything. I think I was putting here, should do language.off. I still don't understand really well how the facets, like I get the code, but it's kind of hard for me to understand the paradigm of thinking that they have to like structure the library this way. I think it's just because you pass a bunch of extensions, so they created like something that allows you to bundle everything, and that's facets. So maybe that's the structure. I think the reason why they did things like this is because it allows you to have flexibility. And because like an ID is something that is very customizable, then like it's better to offer like a way to people to be able to put any extensions that they want, instead of forcing a paradigm. But it's just very hard to understand based on the code there. So I need to find the part of the website that talks about the, because I know there must be somewhere talks about the commands. Yeah, this one, the key mappings. I think this one is not going to be as helpful as the other ones. I think I'm gonna try to close as many tabs as possible, so, because I hate having a bunch of tabs open. Usually I open a bunch of tabs and then I try to close them. And I think like the tabs you have is kind of like an extension of the way that you think, because it's like the amount of tabs you have open is equivalent to your subconscious processes, and the tabs you focus at any given moment in time is the conscious mind, and the limit for the conscious mind is like 7 things, I think, at once, or something like that. So there's always this flow going on from the subconscious to conscious and from conscious to subconscious. It's a feedback loop system. Stuff might be very useful, but I think it's easy to find later, so Usually I don't want to close tabs because I'm concerned that I might not be able to remember where they were later. And I don't want necessarily to put on the favorites, so... So I think it's pretty similar to the model view controller thing. Maybe just view and controller. Because you only have the... Yeah, but it's kind of similar actually. So the state it would be the controller, the view is the view obviously, and the model would be like the facets, I think. So you communicate through the view on how to change the state, and then the state changes the facets according to the function on this dispatcher. But yeah, maybe that's not correct. I think I'm also gonna ask ChatGPT while I read about this on how to do it. And delete all the other conversations so I can't. So how to bind the tab? I'm not sure. The thing is, I think I tried, maybe I did it the wrong way. I tried to put here inside, add this one. Let me test to see if this is working. I think that some of them are working because I remember testing before. Yeah, the arrows are working. There's the tab. If I press shift, tab doesn't work as well. See, enter is obviously working. Maybe another thing I can do as well is to put this at some point in the page. Like click a button that takes the person to another page and then explains all the key bindings. Alright, I think this is why it's not working, probably. The other one is because I'm importing from the wrong thing. Oh no, it's from there. Yeah, this one should be working. Ident with tab. Maybe if I do another, if I try to do it on another. But it should combine everything, I think. Because these are facets. But I can try to do another one of these on the other line. Another thing I can try is put this on an array. I think it's not gonna work. Oh, so it does work. Huh. That was the problem. But now if I press enter, it doesn't do the smart tabbing thing. But I think it's just... Yeah, I don't know, actually. I think maybe 8 here should be the thing. It's weird that it doesn't do that. And this also doesn't work. Now at least the tab is working. So obviously what's happening is that this deactivates the tabbing when you press enter. Let's see if this one is true. And the thing is like, oh, okay, it is working, but it's just hard to see. So what I can do is just change this to here and see if it works. Yeah, still same thing. Or maybe it's because I changed this thing here. It doesn't work. Yeah. So when I tab from after writing, then it does the thing. So maybe it works. It's just a different thing than I was thinking about. Like after I put this, it disabled the thing that's when you press enter, it idents correctly. So this one is for closing, not for opening. I think this should be used in combination with the other one that creates the brackets. Oh, obviously I'm doing the wrong thing. It's brackets, not curly braces. Let's see if it works. Oh, it doesn't work. This is interesting as well. this works, it's gonna be a lot easier than configuring everything. Maybe I'm putting them on the wrong one. The series putting... Oh no, it puts on the states, and then the state is inside of the view. I think everything should be on the states. Everything that changes the thing. Let's see. Ah, nice. So obviously I'm gonna try to use this. I wonder if I can put both of them in the same thing. It's not gonna... I guess that's... It's just put... If you put it in order. Yeah, but then, like, I'm not really sure. Like, I think there's a way to... But it gets more complicated if you put it on a button, like a flag variable, and then you just make a condition inside of the extensions based on props that the component receives. And then that would select which one is the current one. But I think, like, I don't want to do that for now. I just want to do the simple stuff and close the loop, and just I want to get it to work as fast as possible so I can do the launching and then try to get people to use it. So let me try to add this one first. I think I should also download all of this, probably. Because the code mirror library uses those things, but I think it's good to have on the dependencies, the package.json thing. Maybe this will fuck up the other stuff. I think not. So. I think I'm gonna delete all this stuff that I'm not using, and then just search one by one in case the VS Code thing doesn't work. Oh, these ones might be good to put there. Let me see if it is working. I think I had them before and then I removed them as a function. And the Control Z, but Control Shift Z doesn't work. That doesn't work. I think this doesn't bind the Ctrl Shift Z though. Yeah. And the key Ctrl Z is not working. And the Enter is working. It doesn't work. To delete it works, but then to insert it doesn't work. Yeah. Maybe it's because of this thing here. Or I have to put the language after the mapping as well. Might be the case. No, doesn't work. It should delete, it works, but then the rest doesn't work. Yeah, it puts the language after the mapping. Ctrl Z doesn't work. Smart tabbing doesn't work as well. Where do I set this though? Okay, comment result. I think that the example is based on this stuff here. So I have to copy this file and then put all of this stuff on another file. I think I'm gonna put it on utils. Parts after. But the thing is that I think when you download the package with that command, it should have these things, I think. So maybe I'll try to do it just with the way that it is here, and then I get the files is even better, I think, because then like I don't rely on the package, just have all the stuff that I need locally. I think I'm gonna do that, so... But now you've fucked it up everything. I can't see the cursor as well. Yeah, at least everything is working, but now I have to figure out. Yeah, so all the commands work. I just have to figure out how to fix the view now. And I can see the cursor as well. So maybe I should comment this out. Yeah, maybe if I just put all of this stuff on top of these things, then it's gonna work. Because there's probably something there that is overriding this stuff that I have so far. Yeah, so it even highlights everything. Nice. Let's put if blah blah. So I think if I put the things here on top, then it's just gonna override the configurations there. Or maybe not. Yeah, I think it's worth just spending a lot of time trying to figure out how to change the visualization using all this stuff. I think that's probably on these files here. If I change directly on here, probably on the basic setup thing, then it's gonna work, I think. Because all that is doing the same thing that I was doing there before, but then it puts everything on a variable. It's like more organized. Everything on separate files and then puts there. So I think if I put here, it's probably gonna work. But the thing is that it might, or maybe I just remove from the stuff that it has here the things that I don't want. And see like how it changes the thing. This is also weird. Like it works, but I can't really see it, and it's probably because it's done for. I think that the thing is still working because it is black there, but I think that this setup was made for a white background. On this thing. So I have to see how to change that. So it works fine. And it highlights everything correctly. But then because the background is black, it fucks everything up. But nice. At least I have to see this thing here as well. The selection is also weird. Because it is selecting, but then just highlights one line at a time. Yeah, but this is very nice. This is like a lot better than figuring everything out one by one. So I think I'm gonna remove these things here. I'm just gonna do it this way because it's a lot better. And so I understand how it works. So it maps each key, creates an object with the key, and then the function that it's gonna run. And then the packages have all the functions. And it's working with the... No, it doesn't. I think here it works. So it creates the correct indentation there. Indentation, however you say that. As autocomplete. Nice. Nice. Maybe I will leave it like this with the white thing. Maybe it's better to stop focusing on this now and just focus on the other parts, which is how to do the input, because I think that like it doesn't have to, it's like I wrote down here, it doesn't need to be perfect, just need to work. So I think it's more important to be able to, instead of focusing on the small details now, like to be able to close the loop thing where people put the code and then send the code to the backend and then it runs and comes back. I think that's more important than focusing on like the making everything perfect. So I think that's what I'm gonna do now. I always forget that. It's a habit to press Ctrl S to save this stuff. And I think I can remove the package, because now I should have everything. Which is even better. I want to depend in the least amount of packages as possible, obviously, because every package you put is like a point of failure, I think. And obviously you can't, it's impossible to do everything. I have the source code for everything, so it's like not how the world works. But each package, each external package is more like of a point of a failure as well. Like you lose control. And there's always a balance, like just like with everything else. I'm gonna remove and see if it still works after removing. Damn, this is even better than the IDE, than the key bindings I have on VS Code. My like I don't have this configuration on VS Code that completes this stuff for you. It's very, very nice. And everything is working. The only thing that doesn't work is this highlighting thing. The thing is that I'm getting on these builds is that some pages take a long time to load. I'm not sure if there's any way to like get on the red here. Not sure if there's any way to reduce this, because obviously like there's some stuff you can't remove or make it faster, but like in the very far future, I think I'm gonna, because this is more like the last thing, like on an optimization kind of thing. Brad back. I got really lucky with this thing. I think it would take me a lot more time if I didn't find this. If they didn't have this thing, this VS Code configuration. I think, let me see. Oh. So when you press center, it doesn't ident to the correct position, but whatever. Oh, now it does. Weird. I think it's just when you complete the thing, then it does. I think it's the multi-cursor thing that is not highlighting correctly. Let me see if on the example it does correctly. I'm gonna close the tabs first. And this is the Vim one. Yeah, here it highlights correctly. Let's see if I just do a TypeScript file and then copy the exact code. think it's not gonna change anything, but maybe it does. But I'm pretty sure that this is the thing that is fucking up, I think. It's because I'm importing with JS, but I don't have the extension here. Maybe it's because on the configuration it doesn't have TS files. Yeah, seriously. I think it's like something to do with the configuration here but the weird thing is that there is TS there. But I think by default, if you don't specify the extension, it looks for .js. That's why it's not working there. Wasn't working. Let's see. It still doesn't highlight. So weird. Where does this thing go? Let's go here. So maybe it's something else. Yeah, I think this stuff is just for... but it's still... As far as I understand, cursor is supposed to be the mouse, I think. Or whatever the little thing is that keeps track of the text. So maybe selection. Because here is just gonna change the key, so it's just mapping the keyboard thing. I'll find another playlist, maybe this one. But I'm using the same configuration as the project, so like either there's something that must be something that I'm missing from the other one, because the other one it is working with the thing. So just have to find, or it could be that something changed since they made this library, and then now it's not working for whatever reason anymore. So if selection, use state dot selection. Yeah, I think this is the part that must be wrong here. And this supposed to be the view, I think. Editor view. Yeah, this is the function that I have to change, I think. And then where is this thing being used? On the other file. I think it is worth spending time trying to understand, but maybe only after I figure everything else out. Because otherwise I might spend a bunch of time just trying to fix this, and it doesn't really matter that much. So let me focus on trying to make the on-change thing work. I think that the first thing that I'm gonna do is put this component on the fiber graph thing. Maybe I should separate the style for with a module as well here. So I have to think about a name. So first I'm gonna style this so that it looks better on the graph page. Then after I do that, then I fix the unchanged thing. I'm not sure if it's a good idea to use this thing, because like I'm gonna be changing the style of both the nodes and the editor. Or maybe I should just rename this and then change in the other file. I think I'm just gonna leave it like this actually.
Cold when the night fell on me, wasting away until the beat. Light up the dark and now I see. When I close my eyes I fall even deeper. Cold when the night fell on me, wasting away until the beat. Light up the dark and now I see. Cold when the night
It's weird because the width is 100%. So I guess it's just because of the other ones. Like this doesn't have any. At least now is on the correct thing there. I always have problems with the height. This is really annoying to deal with this. Guys, I can create a variable and then make the height dependence on the variable. It's gonna be the height of the nav bar minus 100%. 100% minus the height of the nav bar. But I think like then it gets complicated because then how I'm gonna set up the variables. Because they are on different modules. As I can search how to create a global variable. And this div here. I think it's better to put the button on the canvas, on the editor component. I'm not really sure that's a good idea. I think it is because then everything's like coupled together. It's gonna be easier. The thing is that how, because then I'm gonna have to structure the But maybe I can pass the function as a prop. Like it is there, and then use that. And create a button here. I think that's how, just copy this component. I think it's easier if I put everything on the same and then I don't receive as props. What happens? Because then everything gets together on the same components. Because maybe it's better to make it dependent on props if I, like in the future, there's something that I change that would make it go to other API routes. I think if that's the case, I can just change later to receive a props here and then make these values dependent on the props. And this is going to be the thing that I'm going to use somewhere here to probably here on the document to change the value. And I think you use dispatch or something like that. I think the only thing I have to do is put this function on here, like make this base equal to a function and then just call this thing here. And then when it clicks the button, it's gonna send the codes here. How do I put this stuff on the bottom though? The simplest solution would be to put this outside of this div and put this on the bottom, so probably that's what I'm gonna do. Well, now it's a problem because this... Maybe I can... Like the thing is... I can just create another class and then change here. And this is gonna be with the flex column or row. But I think it is better to do this way that I'm doing. To put everything together on this tile, the editor in the same component. And then in the future, if I need, just make the functionality dependent on props. So I can change which API is gonna call to execute the code. Because in the future, there might be like several different types of visualization that I can do, and then I can put like more functions here, and then each one would trigger a different one. Or maybe I don't even need to make based on props, because it doesn't depend on the components outside, I think. There's the whole thing about controlled versus uncontrolled components. I think I'm gonna take a break now and remove the camera, then I'll keep going. So... do... hundreds and 13. That's one true. Yeah, so I'll take a 20 minutes break and I keep going. So So it puts 1.5 hours, and then take another break after.
I have spent my whole life scared, frightened of things that could happen, might not happen. Now, say my name. Now, say my name.
Issues if I change this stuff, it's gonna change all of the other buttons that I have there. There's one. So I think I should create another class. Yeah. Maybe padding 1 looks better though.
From the visions of reality, dive into the fiction of my sanity. Walking in my head, walking in my head, walking in my head. Falling to the meadows of forgotten dreams, drifting to that place of never-ending streams. Walking in my head, walking in my head, walking in my head.
I'm not really sure how I'm gonna do here. This stuff is very complicated, the height, because it's obviously gonna depend on a bunch of different things, I think. Maybe the pixel ratio, the type of screen, the operational system, I think a bunch of things like that change the height, and it's very annoying to deal with this. I think that there might be some solutions with the... I think if you put... I remember there is some way to make it fixed, like regardless of how it is. But what makes it very complicated is because of the canvas, the positions and everything that I'm gonna have to calculate later. So, yeah. I'm not sure what's the best way. I'm gonna have to think about that later. With this kind of stuff, I'm not very concerned now. More concerned with closing the loop. And the problem is that there is no... I should wrap these two things together. Oh, they are on the wrapper here, but why is the wrapper only capturing the... I think this one? Spin. See what happens. No. Look how all this really... I think it's just because of the justify content or align items. We do this. Yeah, there we go. It looks trash, but doesn't matter. And I also suck at this UI things. Like I suck at making good UIs. It's not my strong point. But I think like the main concern is just, and the main priority is just making it as useful as possible, and then the rest of this stuff is just like a bonus, I think. And also I should look into later how to make this responsive, so that I can also, I think I'm gonna decrease the size of this, because it's more important that the canvas is bigger. I think that the code editor is not that important because people can paste their code. Or maybe that's too much. Maybe 40, 60 is better. Yeah, something like this. I think this is better. But ideally, like, you would be able to make it responsive, so that way when you're creating code, you increase the size of the editor, and then once you're going to visualize it, decrease it. Obviously it's going to be very complicated, and I'm not sure if I'm going to leave it like this or not. because it's gonna depend on the key bindings as well. I think that's gonna be like really annoying. So what most likely I'm gonna do is just separate them into different pages. The canvas visualization into another page and the editor into its own page. And then when you click execute, I'm gonna push to the route the next page. I think you can use the router. There's probably a hook. I think there should different hooks you can use. Use SWR, I think is one of them. I don't remember really well. And use router. And then you can just push to the router the next page and then it navigates. And this is the problem. Like, these things are like really annoying, the CSS to deal with. Especially with the canvas thing. It's gonna be a bitch to fix this. So how can I make this happen? Say 85. The thing is that it's not gonna fix anything, that's the problem. Like, maybe I should let just overflow and whatever, because like the bigger the visualization is, the better. Easier it is. But I think I'll worry about all of this stuff later. So I think I'll leave it like this for now. And I'll worry about this later. I'm gonna try to make it work now with the onChange event. So I think the first thing that I'm gonna try is to put a function here. I think there is something on the documentation that talks about this. And then you can dispatch or something like that. Here I would call the other function. And then maybe I pass something here. And this sets the whatever the inputs are to the function here. And when handle executes, just fetch from the API. Instead of the fetch, I can just use the context. Yeah, the thing is I have to emit and then pass I would pass this stuff here. think.
L'amour et moi, nous sommes un. Nous sommes un.
Because the server has to receive whatever the input is. And this output, I think it was just using to show a preview after you click the button, but I think I'm not gonna use this. Yeah, so the question now is the on-change thing. It's because of the dock. Let's see if it works if I don't have it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh fuck. Actually, that's much simpler. Oh, but let me think. I think that this answer is not good. I'm just gonna look into the documentation.
fui al fondo y no me encuentro, sabes, pero latiendo siguió todo, pero en tu mundo no estoy y yo me incendio por dentro, ese misterio frío. Tengo miedo de que no pueda volver a mirar tus ojos, pero en la oscuridad y sé que el tiempo nunca espera siempre. Tengo miedo de mí.
Oh, I forgot, but I think it's e.target.7. I think I need the inputs. Yeah, maybe I don't need to pass the inputs, I just got this thing here. The beginnings, hello. See if I can put on other music.
I woke up to the morning sky first. Baby blue, just like we rehearsed. When I get up off this ground, I shake leaves back down to the brown, 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 till I'm clean. Then I walk where I'll be shaded by the tree, by a meadow of green, for about a mile. I'm headed to town, town, town style, with all my favorite colors, yes sir, all my favorite colors, right on. My sisters and my brother, see you like no other, all my favorite colors. It's a good day to be, a good day for me, a good day to see my favorite colors. Almost. My sisters and my brothers, see you like no other, all my favorite colors. Now take me to the other side, where the baby blues birds fly, I see them fly. And gray clouds, a white walls, a blue skies, we gon' fly, feel alright, help me feel alright. Alright, now we gon' ooh, 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 yeah. They sound like ooh, 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 yeah. The least I can say, I anticipate a warm come parade is sweeping the gate in the morning, dark, sweet morning, with all my favorite colors. Yes,
Trying to see like what is the easiest way possible to, easiest and most practical way possible to get whatever input is on the state, so that I can send that to the API.
a good day for me, a good day to see my favorite colors. My boss, my sisters and my brothers, see you like no other, all my favorite colors. Go on and help me play the song.
Like I don't wanna have to send transactions and like do anything like that. Like it says here to capture the document, because I think it might interfere with all of the extensions that are changing the state. So I think that the way that it works is through the extensions you pass like what functions are going to be called every time you press a key, and that function is going to change the value of the state and it's going to call this update function, so that the view is updated and it goes through the cycle that it says like there. But then like I think it's more complicated if I try to make something that uses the state to, I don't even know how I would do that, to get the whatever inputs is currently on the last state.
Blue skies, we gon' fly, feel alright, help me feel alright, if you feel alright. Now we gon' ooh, 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 yeah. They sound like ooh, 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 yeah. The least I can say, I anticipate a homecoming parade is sweeping the gate in the morning. Good morning, with all my favorite.
Maybe I create a use state variable. I'm not really sure if that would be possible to create a use state variable to make dependent on the state, on the editor state. So like initialize to empty or to null. Then, well, inside of the use effect, I set that as the start state, and then I use that to get a docstring. But I'm not sure. I think that's not possible because the editor state is a class, so it doesn't work with the use state. Let me see what happens on here to when you create and pass the thing. I'm just gonna make this.
Love is bad. Love is bad. Love is bad. Love is bad. For a moment there it goes. Turn around, next thing you know, love is bad.
I think there must be an easy way to retrieve the information, because I think that's probably a very common thing to do if you're gonna implement an IDE, is to get the inputs at any point of the state, so it should be easy.
Told my mother, she said, go get your glass full. So I did, and I saw you. I saw you gleaming across the scene, across the room. It's all in you. I need the meaning when I see it all in you. Love is bad. Love is bad. Love is bad. Love is bad. For a moment there it goes. Turn around, next thing you know, love is bad. Hallelujah, it's nice to know you. It's so peculiar how you've come and changed my mind. I fall at first, I hope it doesn't wash your preference, 'cause I know mine, and it's you. Selfish of me to say these things, but I want to. I know it's all in you. Don't need a reason when I see it all in you. Love is bad. Love is bad.
So the question is, how do I access this from the function? Because I think it's just as simple as accessing this thing here. I think when you change, it's just gonna change the doc, the states of the doc, and then whatever the state is at that moment is just gonna retrieve everything to a string. So I think it's as easy as accessing this, but I have to access by the moment I click and trigger this function. So inside of the function, I have to have access to the start state. And maybe something like this, like adding the function here, but it should be a string, I think. So, because the reason why I'm trying to do like this, I think, is because of one example that ChatGPT gave. So, inputs a random playlist. And the moment I have this string, then I can. The rest is gonna be. It's gonna be very difficult if I have to like parse everything the correct way. Because then I'm gonna have to create like maybe a minimal version of an interpreter. It's gonna be very difficult then to execute the thing in the backend. Like there's a lot of things that I have to do. Check the libraries that are being ported. And I need to put like a set of libraries on the requirements.txt and then only allow those libraries. But I think just by wrapping on a try.exec block, and then if there's an exception, you just send the message that's like this module is not supported or whatever. It's gonna be complicated. Hopefully I can find an example. That way it's a lot easier than trying to figure out by reading the documentation here. Damn, several million lines. Jesus.
In this moment, yes, I cannot say what's wrong or right. No, it's not hard to fool me. No, 'cause I'm a tell you goodnight, 'cause I'll find no matter what. Yeah, susceptible now before the moment flies. Ooh, so tell you goodnight, 'cause I'll find no matter what. Ooh, susceptible now before the moment flies. It's not a problem, no, 'cause I know what I'm getting into.
I know what I can do, obviously. Just use states and then set the value.
'Cause I'm addicted to what you and I realize.
Yeah, but let me think. Because if I set in the beginning, maybe it's not gonna track, like, that's the issue.
Where we are heading now, babe. I follow to the edge of it all. So tell you goodnight, 'cause I'll find no matter what. Yeah.
Like, if I was thinking about creating a state, use state variable here. And then I just set the state here for the view. Based on the way that it says here. The issue is that it's not gonna update. Like, I need to figure out how to put the on-change event listener, but it can't be on the div that is outside. It should be on the div that of the content. So that's what I think needs to be somehow inserted into the doc there when you create the thing. So that it updates the states based on the whatever is on the view.
Think I might be over my troubles since you came around. Something struck me. Oh, lately I've been caught up in my mind. Oh, it's not hard to see. When I was feeling down, you saw right through it all. Oh, I could not fake it, no matter how I tried. Ooh, you cured my aching heart when you came around. Saw a million signs. I must be over it by now. There's a reason why. Ooh, I think I might be over my troubles. Yeah, they've been there for so long now. Ooh, 'cause suddenly I think of tomorrow. Yeah, since you came around. Ooh, I feel like the only one who found out the reason why. Oh, I was just lonely, but since you came around, all I see is tomorrow. When you hear me calling, oh, it's you and me. Ooh, yeah, 'cause I cannot fake it, no matter how I feel. since you came around. All I see is tomorrow. Ever since we met last night, I've been trying to keep my distance. I just wanna play my cards right. It takes one false move and you'll be gone. But maybe it's alright. I can't tell if it's the right moment, but baby, anyhow,
What if I try to access through the editor route?
can't hold it in anymore. 'Cause it's starting to come out. Starting to come out. I've been holding it in for too long. Yeah, it's starting.
I think the problem is that it's gonna be the parents, so I'm not gonna have the tax. Maybe I can access the child and then the house. But it feels like a hacky way to do it. Even if it works.
Not even try. After just one day, it's special. Yeah, but there is
I think it's not child.
one
What's...
and you'll be
Yeah, I know that I shouldn't use inner HTML or inner tags. I think it's dangerous. Maybe it doesn't matter because I'm gonna have to sandbox somehow on the back end.
I can't hold it in anymore. No, 'cause it's starting to come out. Starting to come out. I've been holding it in for too long. Yeah, it's starting to come out. Starting to come out. And I can't pretend anymore. Ooh, I'm yours. Starting to come out. Starting to come out. Starting to come out. Ooh, I'm yours. Starting to come out. Starting to
It's undefined.
change the way you dress, the way you kiss, everything 'cause you are scared that I might leave you. Well, why should I leave you? Baby, please don't talk to me that way. Don't talk to me that way. 'Cause I think you're perfect for me, just the way you are. And I don't ever want to leave you. Baby, don't you talk to me that way.
Because it's either in a tax or something like that. Or even if it works, I'm not gonna do it this way, I think. It's probably not the right way to do it. So it does work, so, kind of. Yeah, it passes these things here as well. But it does work. But it's not the correct way. You know, thinking if I can use this to somehow initialize the dock here. Yeah, I don't know. and put some other music. You know what I wanna listen to today? Just gonna put some lo-fi coding music mix, something like that. I usually don't listen to the lo-fi. I think the question is how to add the event listeners. There was something here about event listeners that I don't remember where, but I know that there is something about event listeners. So I think that the key is to add the event listener after I initialize the view, and then I just put this function here, the onChange, handle code change. So if I can add an event listener to the view and then add this function to run, then I can use this variable, obviously. So I think that's the way, probably. I think I'm gonna put the earphones and take the headphones off, because it's annoying me. I don't want to put them again. to figure out. Now the biggest challenge is gonna be like thinking about how I can format this so that it's gonna be easy to parse in the backend. Maybe I try to ask to search for videos on this because I think it's gonna be complicated, but I think it's gonna be hard to find videos as well. That's the problem. So the issue is that like I figure out this way, but then it doesn't have any, like it doesn't capture. Maybe if I get other parts of the object that I'm getting here through this stuff, and then I pass that the object itself instead of passing the text, and then with that object on the backend, it's easier to format everything. What makes it very complicated is that what parses everything, like makes the idea work, is this stuff here. And then there's all of these things here that's like the format of the text itself. So what I want is to encapsulate the format, to preserve the format of the text with the indentation, like the whole state of the text, I think, and then pass that to the backend. Because with that, I think it would be a lot easier to reconstruct the text from the backend in the way that it's supposed to be, so that the code works. But maybe there's an easier way, like I remember seeing that, I think in some of the videos they compile the code. They have something that compiles the code first, and then they pass that to the backend. Maybe that way is easier. But at least I'm making progress, so. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna print the state there, and then I'm gonna spend some time thinking about what's the best information to send to the backend. But I think like from this point, I'm probably gonna use this the way that it is here, and then from this point is easy to just send the information, or just emit this event, and then I send like this. And then on the backend, I have the event here. And then instead of the data being main, obviously, I create an argument here, and then I pass the argument inside of this thing here. So like this would have to be the problem. The biggest problem is the indentation, and also all the syntax, like everything. Like, but I think it's just the indentation actually, because if I reconstruct the text exactly the way that it is, then I think that it doesn't matter like what is written, as long as it's valid Python code. Then obviously I put on a try except here, and then also like I have to put some. The other problem is the filtering mechanism to find the libraries as well. So like maybe I need to create something that parses Python. Like because I need to figure out a way to filter to check the libraries that are important, and then to filter based on the ones that I'm going to allow. So obviously I don't want to allow C's library and then OS library. And maybe there's a way to allow that as well, and then I have to check like how to make this sandbox work for the code. But I think now, like, at least the parts to send the thing is pretty clear. Just send through here, and then I don't need the rest of the stuff. I'm gonna keep the rest of the code because I'm probably gonna do the REST API instead of socket. So I'm gonna send this way instead of the other way. And then here I'm not gonna put the API path. I'm gonna put the path from the backend directly. So through this way here, you would execute from here and then put the output as a string here. But that doesn't work for my case. Yeah, so the key, I think, is figuring out what's the best thing to pass here. I think I'm gonna take a break because of the time. Let's say 90 minutes times 20%, 18 minutes. Yeah, I think I'll just do 20 minutes again. And then after the break, I'll try to figure out the rest. Maybe search for videos as well. Even though I think I watched all of them. All of this should be interesting, actually. So I think I'm not gonna put the timer. I'm gonna go grab something to eat, and then I'm gonna eat while I watch these videos at 2 or 3x speed. And then I'll continue to try to figure out. I think after this, so yeah, after this it should be done. Then the only thing that's gonna be left is to improve everything. Because once I figure out how to execute the data, is like sending the response is easy, and then with the response already set up, like the visualization. Obviously I'm gonna have to change as well, like what I'm passing. So this is the other thing here as well, because here I'm hard coding the local variables. So I'm gonna have to find a way to, like, what's the best way to display the thing, and probably change the formats that I'm appending to this stack frame so that it is a list of objects, because I think that's better. I think it's better to send like that and then reconstruct everything on the front end and set up the visualization on the front end. And also eventually I'm gonna have to study more, I think, to see like all kinds of information that I can get from this thing to make the visualization better. Yeah, but I'll be right back.
Welcome back to another video. Right now we are on the CodePen website. So this is the online code editor where you can write the HTML, CSS and JavaScript code, and you can preview the code on the same page. Let me show you. If we write here, so you can see the preview of this code here. If we write the CSS code here, now you can see this text in the red color, and here we can write the JavaScript code also. So in this video we are going to learn how to create your own code editor like this, where you can write the HTML, CSS and JavaScript code and preview the web page side by side. So keep watching this video till the end. Here I have one folder, and in this one I have one HTML file, one CSS file. Let me open these files with my code editor, which is Visual Studio Code. You can use any code editor. So this is the HTML file. Here I have added the basic HTML structure. Here we have the title and link tag to connect the CSS file. In this CSS file we have added the margin padding, font family and box sizing. In this HTML file we will add one div with the class name container. And let's copy this class name and come to the CSS file. First we will add some CSS for the body, and here we will add the background. Let's add one color code, and we will add the color. Next we will add the CSS for the container. Here we are adding width, height and padding. Now let me come back to the folder and open this HTML file with any web browser. So you can see this dark color on the complete web page. Now let's come back, and in this HTML file, within this container we will create two columns. In the left column we will add the input box where you can write the HTML, CSS and JavaScript code, and in the right column we will display the output. So let's create two columns here. So we will add one div with the class name left and duplicate it and change the class name right for the right column. After that, in the left column we will add the label, and here we will add HTML. And after this label, there will be one input box. So here we will add text area, and let's add one ID HTML code like this. So this is the label and this is the input box. Now let's duplicate it, and here we will add CSS and this one JavaScript. Let's update the ID also, CSS code and JS code. After that, come to the website and refresh this website. Now you can see this text and input box. Let me close this browser and I will open it with the Visual Studio Code extension called Live Server. So it will refresh the website automatically. So you can see the same page again. Now we have to add the CSS. So just come back, and for this container we will add display flex. So we will get two columns, left and right. Now we will add the CSS for both columns. So write the class name left, comma, right. We are adding flex spaces and padding. Flex spaces is 50%, so it will use 50% space of the web page. Now we will add the CSS for this text area. So let's copy this one, write it here. In this text area, we have added the width and height and changed the background color and color for the text. And then we have added some padding to add some space inside the text area, and border and outline is 0. And we have increased the font size. After that, let's come back, and you can see this is the HTML input box, this is CSS input box, and this is the JavaScript input box. Let me write something here. So you can see we can write in these input fields. Now we will add one output box in the right column. So let's come back, and in this div with the class name right, let's add a space, and here we will add iframe. And with this iframe, let's add one ID. So the ID is output. Next we have to add the CSS for this iframe. So let's copy this one and paste it here in this CSS file. So for this iframe, we will add width and height, then background it is white and border outline 0. After that, you can see this white box in the right side where we will display the output. Now we'll add the icon here with this HTML, CSS and JavaScript text. To add the icon, we will add the font awesome. So come to the website fontawesome.com. Here you have to create free account, then click on kids, then click here, and you will get one line of a script. Just copy this one and add it in your HTML file. So I will add it here just above this closing head tag. After adding this, let's come back to the same website and click on icons, and here you can search for the icon that you want to use on your website. So let me search HTML. Let's click on the first one and click here to copy this one line of code. Copy and paste it here in this HTML file where you want to display this icon. So I will paste it here. Now we'll add the another icon. Let's come back, and here we'll search CSS. So we have added different icon in each level for the HTML, CSS and JavaScript. Now let me add one level in this right column also. Here we'll add level, and in this one we will add another icon. So let's come to the website, and here we'll search for play. Paste it here, and we'll add the text also. It is output. After that, come back to the website. You can see this icon with the text, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and here we have the play icon and text output. Now we'll add the CSS for these icons and text. So let's come back, and here we have the label. Just copy this one and come to the CSS file. In this label, we have the icon with the I tag. So here we'll add the margin from the right side and margin from the left side. Again, at this label, and here we'll add the CSS for this one. So we have added display, align items, background and height. This display flex align item center will align the text and icon horizontally, and we have changed the background as black. So let's come back, and you can see this black background for this label text. So it looks good. Now we have created all the layouts here. Next we have to add the JavaScript so that we will add any text in this input box that will be displayed on our output. So let's come back, come to the HTML file. In each of these text area, we will add on key up equal to run. Let's add it in the second one and third one. Now we have to define this run function. So above this closing body tag, we will add a script, and in this one, let's add function run. Now whenever we will type anything in these input field, this will execute this run function. Now in this run function, let me add some variables. So let's add let HTML code equal to document.getElement by ID, and write this ID here. Now duplicate this line. Here we'll add CSS code, JS code and output, and update these ID also. Here we have the CSS code, paste it here, then JS code, paste it here, and write this ID output. Now we will type anything in these input field that should display in the output. So we have to get the value from here. So in this first one, let's add dot value, and we will add the same thing in this CSS code and JS code. So this will store the value written inside the text area. Now we have to display this value in the output. For that, here we will add output dot This iframe will create another HTML file on this page, and that will have their own HTML tag, body tag. So to access that body tag, here we'll add output dot contain document dot body dot inner HTML. So we will go to output, then contain document, then it will access the body, and in this body we can write anything using the inner HTML. So here we will display the text written in the HTML code like this. After writing this, let's come back to the website, and if I start typing here, you can see it is displaying in the output. We are writing h1 hello h1 like this. Let's copy this. Here we will add h2. You can see another text here. Let's add button. You can see this button here. Now this HTML is working fine. Next we have to apply the CSS also. Right now if I write h1 and color red, you can see this CSS is not working. So to make it work, let's come back, and here we'll add this CSS code also. In this line we will add plus CSS code. So after adding this, let me come back to the website. The same thing is displaying here like a text, but it should apply to the HTML element like a CSS code. For that, here we have to include this one inside the style tag. So here we will add. So we have added like this HTML code plus style, then CSS code plus style close. After that, let's come back to the website, and if I write this text here, then write h1, you can see this CSS is working. You can see this text in red color. Let's add margin also, 200 pixel. So it is here. Let me increase the font size. So it is working. Next we have to add the code. So if we will write JavaScript, that will be applied to this web page. For that, let's come back, and here in this next line we'll add output dot content window dot eval. So it will evaluate this JS code. It will evaluate this JS code in this output content window. So the output is iframe where we are displaying the web page. So after adding this, now again come back to the website, and let me write some HTML, CSS, and JavaScript here, and we will show you how it works. So here we have created one button, added some CSS, and we have the background red. Here we have added one function to change the button background color to black. And when we will click on this button, it will execute this function that will change the background color. So after adding this, let me click on this button. You can see the background becomes black. It means this JavaScript is also working fine. So this is how you can create your own code editor where you can write the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript code and preview the output side by side. I hope this video will be helpful for you.
Okay, so hi everyone. I'm Apurv, and in this talk, I'll be talking about how to build a online code editor. What is basically the system design? I've been figuring out a lot of things. I've been gathering a lot of information. What are the different patterns you can use in the code editor, and what are the challenges you face while building one? So I'll be talking all about it in this talk. And so just a small introduction. I'm working as a software development intern at Innovisa, and you can connect me on Twitter at _Apurv_manager. And so let's get into the content of the talk. So in this talk, we basically see the basics of building and compiling code, how to build a basic code editor, as in just HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, no other frameworks and libraries, and how to compile code in browser, and what are the different security measures which any code editor has to take to prevent malicious attack on their code editors, and how can they make it more secure. So we'll be covering three things in this talk. The first one is whatever the user types will be typing in the code editor will be string. So we have to convert that string into a meaningful code so that our browser, our compiler will understand what is exactly happening. And there will be some piece of code which will be advanced JavaScript syntax. For example, let's say a browser doesn't understand what is promises. So we'll have to look after that thing as well, how to make the browser understand certain patterns, certain things which it cannot understand. And third is the most important point. We have to deal with import statements. So let's say if you write import React from React, so we have to make our browser understand what is React and how is it coming, how will it get the code base of React, and how will it bundle code. So these three are the main challenges we'll be covering in. We'll be seeing different patterns which can be used, and what are the drawbacks and advantages of each pattern which we can use, which we can consider while building an online code editor. So first we'll talk about multiple options to transpile code. So as we know, we can't suppose if you write in a code editor const app and return a div, we know that browser won't understand what is exactly happening. We have to transpile our code. Right. So there are multiple options to transpile code. The first option is we have a React app, which is basically an online code editor which we're building. We send our code to the backend server. Now the backend server does something and transpiles our code and send back us the transpile code. So this is the first approach we can use. Right. And the second approach we can use is we can use in-browser transpilation. What does that mean is we don't send an external API request. Instead, we just transpile the code in the browser itself. So I can give you a demo what I'm talking about exactly here. So if this is Babel.js, you might have come across this. And so this is the playground which Babel provides us. So if I write import React from React, so you will see there's no API request which Babel has made to any server. It just transpiles the code import React from React in browser itself. So this is what the second approach I'm talking about. We don't send any API request to the external server. We just transpile the code in the browser itself. So these are the two different approaches we can use by transpiling the code. Now after transpiling the code, we have to bundle the code. We have to make sure all the import statements are working properly, all the code is bundled, and we are able to get the final output. Now this is the second challenge. Now to figure out the solution for this, we have multiple options. We'll check all the multiple options we have. So the first option is we have a React application, which is a code editor. We send the code to a backend API. That backend API runs Webpack. Webpack finds the missing modules. Suppose we have a code like import React from React. So Webpack has a plugin which installs all the npm module which it didn't find, and it fetches all the npm module from npm registry, stores all the packages which it downloaded into hard disk, and bundle the code and send back as a bundle code. This is the first approach which can be used to bundle the code. We'll see advantages and disadvantages of each approaches. And the second option is it's exactly same as approach 1, but the only difference we see is in the approach 3. The only difference we see is in the step 3. If we see back, in this we tell Webpack to fetch the modules which are missing and store it in a hard drive and then use them to bundle the code and send back the bundled code. This is the first approach. But in the second one, we are telling Webpack, hey, don't store all the npm modules which are coming across in a hard disk. Instead, we'll give you a plugin. Use that plugin to fetch the code directly from the npm module. Don't download that piece of code. Just use that piece of code, bundle the code, and send back the bundled code. So what we're doing is we are not storing our code anywhere. We are not storing the React code on a hard disk. We are not storing any piece of code. So the difference between approach 1 and 2 is if the number of npm module keeps increasing, our hard disk will get filled soon. We have to pay an extra cost for it. But in the second approach, we are not storing the npm modules anywhere. We are just fetching the code and telling Webpack, use this piece of code, bundle it, and send back to the code editor. So this is the difference between first and second approach. Now we're coming to the third approach. In this approach, we are not using any backend API. What we are telling a code editor is use in-browser compilation to bundle the code. So there's no API request, there's no server involved with this type of approach. So what happens in this approach is there's a React app, we have a piece of code, we send it to the browser, and in the browser the webpack runs, it finds a missing module, it installs, it fetches the list of missing modules, it fetches the piece of code for that particular module, it bundles the code and sends back. So the only difference between approach 2, which we saw here, and the approach 3 is just the backend server. In the approach 3, there's no backend server involved at all. So we reduce the cost of API calls here. So the only difference we can see in the approach 1, approach 2, and approach 3 is the number of API calls. We won't be building a different we won't be building an extra backend server for this step. And in this step, we'll be doing everything in browser. So now, as we saw, now let's talk about the advantages and disadvantages of approach 2 and approach 3. So in approach 2, basically, which is this, the benefit we get is we can cache npm modules. Whatever the request we send to the backend API, we can cache them. So whenever a person requests again, so we can use the cached response and send it back to the user, and it will be faster on devices which are running on slow internet. So this will be helpful. But the advantages of option 3 is there's no API involved. We don't have to build a separate infrastructure just for running the backend server, bundling the code, and sending it back to the browser. So this is where we save one of the resources, which is backend infrastructure, and this will be extremely fast comparison to the API calls. We will be just bundling the code in the browser itself. So there's the time we save is we can save the API time responses. So we'll be using approach 3 throughout this talk, and we'll be seeing what are the challenges we face and how we build we'll build a code editor. So we saw the advantages and disadvantages of transpiling and bundling the code locally or if we use a backend server. Right. So there's just one small problem that Webpack doesn't run in browser. We have to make a lot of tweaks to make Webpack work in browser. There are a lot of complication involved to make that work inside it. So how will we bundle the code? How will we fetch the import? How will we fetch the npm modules which we have declared in the project itself? So there should be some different approach. So there's a different bundler which is esbuild. The other approach we'll be using is esbuild. So I'll show you what exactly esbuild is. You all might have heard about esbuild. It is extremely fast when it is compared to Webpack and other bundlers out there. As you can see, the response time which it is showing here that the time to do production bundle of 10 copies of 3.js library. So esbuild is completed in 0.37 seconds, and Webpack is taking almost a minute. So we don't want to give a bad user experience to a user. User will have to keep waiting for the code to get bundled, and then it will send back to the code editor, and then it will run the code, and user will be able to see the output. So we can use esbuild here, which is extremely fast, and we can customize it. We can use various plugins to make it more faster and robust, and make it as per our requirements. Now, this is what we'll be doing now. So initially, what was our approach was there's a code editor which will send the code to the Babel. It will transpile it. It will send back to the Webpack. Webpack will bundle it. We have the bundled code, and we'll execute it. But now what we're doing is we are removing these two middle steps. We are removing Babel and Webpack. Instead of that, we are integrating esbuild. So there's no Babel and Webpack involved now. So it's directly like code goes to the esbuild. We transpile and bundle it there. We get the bundled code, and then we execute it. So this is how our approach is going to be now. So how to make use of esbuild? So esbuild is almost, when it comes to functionality, esbuild is kind of similar to Webpack. Whenever it will come across an import statement like import React from React, it will start looking at file systems. It will find, hey, I'll look for React in the file system and make use of it to bundle your code. But when you're building online code editor, there's no file system. It's just a browser. The browser doesn't know what is file system. How will it get access to the file system out there? So we have to somehow tell esbuild that there's no file system, but you will have to fetch the modules from the source and use them. So how can we customize esbuild for that? So if you see esbuild has section plugins, there are two we can customize. We have to basically make our own plugin and tell esbuild, hey, use this plugin whenever you come across any import request like import React from React, import React DOM. So use this custom plugin and resolve our request. So basically there are two callbacks which we'll be using an esbuild, which is resolve callback. So as you see the description, it says a callback added using on resolve will be run on each import path in each module that ES builds. The callback can customize how ES build does path resolution. So what does it mean? When ES build come across a statement like import React from React, right? So it says this callback will always run when each import path in each module that ES builds. So it will come across the import path of this import React. It saw that this import statement is there. It will start executing a resolve callback, right? And in this callback, we can customize how ES build does path resolution. So what basically this means is we can tell ES build, don't directly look into the file system for the module which is mentioned in the import statement. Rather than that, we'll provide you a link where you will find the code for the particular module which is imported. That means don't just directly go and look for file system. It will throw an error because browser has no file system. But instead of that, we'll give you a path where you can find the code for the imported module which is mentioned by the user. So this is how resolve callback is useful, right? And next, when we got the path, suppose we got a path that this module, let's say the module is React. So we gave ES build a path. You can find React code there, use that piece of code, and then move further. So after on resolve callback, the ES build goes to the onload callback. We can see onload callback here. Yeah. So what this onload callback does is, as you can see in the description, a callback added using onload will be run on each unique path names that has not been marked as external. So what this basically does is, after every on resolve request, it goes to the onload callback. It will find a unique path. It will say, okay, I know I have to fetch code from this path. It will make a request to that path and get that piece of code from here. And we'll have that particular code, and we can use that piece of code in file bundling. Right. So this is what ES build does. We'll see a pictorial diagram of whatever I explained how this on resolve and onload callback work, so we can get a good idea what I'm talking about exactly. Okay. So yeah. So as I mentioned in the on resolve callback, we'll provide ES build a path from where it can fetch the npm modules. So if I said import React from React, we have to give that path. We know that there's a file system, so we have to tell ES build, you can get this path from npm website. Suppose let's say this is the website which from where we can get the link to any module. So if we do npm view, yeah. So this is the link for React code. If I go to this link in my browser, it downloaded all the React code. So if I open this file and if I go to index.js, I'll see the code. This is what the index.js of React module, the complete React module looks like. Now I can tell ES build, you can fetch all that. You can fetch that the path which I'll be giving you will be npm registry link, and you can fetch all the details from there and send this path to onload so that it can download the file. But the problem is, if we try to fetch the code from npm registry website, which is if I do fetch to this is the exact link which we got from got here, the link which has all the React code. So see, we got an error. It is CORS, cross-origin resource sharing. So this means we can't access the npm registry website from any other domain. So this option is not, we can't use npm link to provide the link to the onResolve function. There should be some other way how we can get the npm link or source code for the module which the user has requested. So there's a website which is unpackage. So this is basically a CDN for all the modules which are present on npm, and we can use this instead of npm registry, because as we saw in the npm registry, it throws a CORS, cross origin resource sharing error, which means we can't access it from any other domain. So the only option which we are left with is unpackage. So we can get all the npm packages files from here itself. So if I do unpackage/react, so I got the same code which we saw here when I downloaded the index.js file for React.js. This piece of code is same code which we are getting. This is same piece of code which we are getting from unpackage. So this means we can use unpackage in the onResolve function, and we can tell ESBuild, hey, you can get all the code of React.js if you want from this link. It will give ESBuild will get to know that I have to fetch all the details from the unpackage link, and on the onload function, it will actually fetch all the details, all the content which is present in the file, and it will be used for building. So basically, onResolve will just give the path from where it has to fetch. Onload will actually fetch all the path and will give it to will fetch actually all the content of that file and will give it to the ESBuild for the process that is bundling it. Now going back to the issues which we're facing, we already discussed we can use unpackage. So this is basically what the flow looks like. This is a code editor. We send the code in the browser. ESBuild finds an import statement. It sends that import statement to onResolve. OnResolve will find a path that, okay, I have to fetch, if it's a React module, if it's import React from React, I can get React from unpackage.com. And onload, it will actually get the module from unpackage.com and it will make a request to unpackage.com. Unpackage will send the React code to it. It will bundle the code, and all the bundled code will be sent back to the code editor. This is what the approach we have discussed so far. So just to repeat, as the code goes to the browser, ESBuild will start its process. It will start finding an import statement. If it's import React from React, it will see, yes, there's an import statement. I have to fetch the React module. So there's a file system there. So it will go to the onResolve function. OnResolve function will tell that, okay, if there's no file system, I know, but you can get actual code, all the code from this unpackage.com. So it will store this path name in onResolve. This will go to the onload function. Onload function will fetch all the content of that file, and it will send that piece of code it will bundle that piece of code and send back the bundled code. So this is what in-browser compilation and transpilation looks like. Now we have the bundled code with us. Now we have a copy of code. If it's import React from React and we're using React in a code editor, it will know what this code is. It has properly bundled the code. It knows how to execute each part now. But now the main thing which comes next is how do we execute it? Where do we show the result? Now we got the bundled code with us, but we have to do something with it. We have to show user what is happening in the code. Suppose the user has a code which is console.log. So we have to actually implement that. We just have a bundled code. We are not executing it anywhere, right? So what are the challenges? What are the next thing which we'll be looking at? How to execute the bundled code which we got from the ESBuild? How to show errors? Suppose a user made some error while typing. We have to show that error to the user that, hey, this is some mistake. You have to fix it. So we have to tell the user. And the third thing is we have to prevent the user from manipulating the actual DOM. So what does this mean is the online code editor is running inside the browser, right? If we don't want user to make some changes to the browser code, the code editor code itself, right? We just want to give user a separate execution, a separate thing for executing the code. We don't want the user to manipulate the actual code editor code, right? And the fourth point, which is we want to prevent users from malicious attack. So all these things, all the things which are mentioned in the slide, the 4 points, can be fixed using iframe. So we'll see how iframe works and how it can help us in solving all the things which I mentioned in this slide. So yeah. So I have a small project which I made there just to demonstrate what is exactly iframe and how can we use it. So basically, I have an iframe tag in it, and the source attribute has a test HTML file. So the file is mentioned here itself, right? So this is a normal HTML document. I have mentioned all the I have mentioned the sample piece of code here. Now we'll see how index.html looks in the browser. So if I so this is what the index.html will look like if I run in the browser. So if we see, this is the h1 tag, this is the iframe. If we open this is the code. This is the iframe document. This is the iframe tag which I mentioned in this document. So basically, we can use iframe to execute our piece of code. So if I make some changes in test.html, so if I add something like, I can actually see the changes. The text HTML is embedded in the iframe, and we can see what is exactly happening here. So we can add the HTML document inside our iframe. So what this means is we can tell iframe the bundled code which we got after ESBuild bundling and transpiling. We can actually provide that code to iframe. We can tell iframe that you have to execute this piece of code. So basically, what we'll do is after getting all the bundled code, we'll have a sample. We'll have an HTML file. In this HTML file, we can execute all the bundled code we got. So I can say that in the script I can mention the file which we got, and we can execute this file in index.html. Now we're talking about the security parameters. If we see, there are 2 execution frames here. As I mentioned that we want to prevent user from malicious attacks which can happen. So there is basically a way to fix that. But first we'll see how is iframe, what are the configurations we have to make to prevent that attack. So if we see, if I do something like window.a equals to 100. So I'm setting a is 100. Now I change my execution frame. Instead of in the top, I go to the test HTML file. The file that is mentioned in the iframe, as you can see selected. I go to this. Now if I do window.a, it is undefined. I have no access to the variable which were declared in the top JavaScript frame, right? But I can somehow access to the information which I mentioned in the top frame. How I can do is I can use a parent object, parent.window.a. If I do this, I'll be able to access all the information which is present in the main top level execution context. So how can this be harmful? So let's say code pen. You might have seen people have different code pens. You have used them. You might have referred some piece of code there. So imagine in the JS file, this piece of code like exeos.post request. Let's say this is hackerserver.com, and it sent suppose you have to open, and no one stores locals, token locals, so it is more than cookies, and there is a different way of showing authentication token, but somehow, we do something like, so what will this piece of code do is, it will send, whenever we are accessing someone's code pen, it has this piece of code in the JS file, and it will send the request to this API, and it will send the token in the body itself, which is really harmful. We can send all our sensitive data which is present in the browser to some malicious server, which is definitely not a good thing. So code editors have to take care of that. So how they can do is, so basically, as we saw that we can access the iframe parent property using parent.window.a. So we can prevent this using an attribute which is sandbox. But sandbox, or the default value of sandbox is allow same origin. But instead of that, we keep it blank. If we don't provide any parameters inside this, and if we access this, let's say if let's do window.c is equals to 100. Right. Now I go to the test HTML execution context, and I do parent.window.c. Just a second. I go there. So we got uncaught non-execution block the frame from the original. So we are not allowed to access the parent context, parent execution frame. So what this sandbox property does, it prevents it from accessing all the content, all the sensitive information that is present in the main execution content. So this is how we can prevent sensitive information. We can prevent the code editors to use the parent execution parent information that is present in the actual drive to browser to send to a different server. So the execution context is different. That execution context is different. That's why it is not able to access parent.c. Now this is how basically one of the ways you can secure your text editor. But we'll actually see how the code pen uses. What is the code pen approach? So what code pen does is whenever a user changes the code, it sends the code to an API, it transfers the code and sends back to the code editor itself. But when the code editor receives the transferred code, what it does is it reloads the iframe, reloads the complete iframe. What it means is then it fetches the HTML document from a different API. So the HTML file that is mentioned in the iframe, it's fetched from a different API. It says I have got the new transferred code. I need to fetch a new HTML document. It hits that API, fetch HTML document, and send back. Now the code which we got transferred code here, it sends back. It fetches the same code again. The code which we got here is just to tell the code editor to fetch a new HTML document. That code is not used anywhere now. After fetching the HTML document, it fetches a new API to send and ask for the same code which we got over here. It sends the same piece of code and it executes here. So what happens in this case is whenever the iframe is loaded from a different API, the domain is different. The code it is not able to access the parent property which is stored. So either we can do two things. The one is either we use sandbox property on the iframe, or we make a request from an API to load an iframe with a different port, different domain, but it's a different type of request. So what happens in the code pen case is it is a different API which is transferring the code, and the API which fetches the content inside iframe is different. So when the API is different, it's a different domain. That's why it is not allowed to access the parent whatever the content present in the parent object. That is different. That's why code pen approaches uses this approach by fetching HTML document in the iframe from a different API. And if you don't want to do anything spoke about, you don't want to build the code, you want to use ESB build a custom plugin for it, what you can do is use Skypack. So what CodePen does is it uses Skypack. So why Skypack is basically a simple solution for fetching all the JavaScript packages. What you just have to do is just import a package from Skypack instead of this confetti, you can do that and start using React inside it. So this Skypack provides you the browser-ready, browser-usable piece of code, and you don't have to do anything. So CodePen works on this Skypack. If you go to Skypack website, you just import the code from Skypack CDN server, just import React from HTTP CDN Skypack React, and that is the executable browser-ready code, and you can use it anywhere. And you don't have to do all the things that spoke about. So this is how CodePen works. So you can definitely check Skypack for if you're building an online code editor. You don't have to get all the binding compiling code. It will provide you the browser-ready code. So this is how you can actually compile the code in browser, you can get all the code and execute it in the iframe and prevent the other users from malicious attack. So all the content is the references I've used. This is a code system writer, which is basically very builds an online code editor. I refer code sandbox engineering block. Code sandbox basically use the approach, the backend server approach, send the code to the backend, and then it sends the build code. Code engineering block. I also checked it. They use Skypack for building code. So I'm currently building an online code editor, and I'm referring different sources out there. These three top sources help me a lot in building code editor. I'm still building it. So you can refer to these three sources and you can learn a lot about them. So that's all for.
If you have visited websites such as Double School, CodePen, JS Fiddle, JSPin, and so on, you might have seen Live Code Editor. So today in this video, we're going to build our own Live Code Editor with the help of HTML, CSS, and vanilla JavaScript. So let's start. Hello and namaste everyone. This is Titsara with Coding Design. Welcome to our channel. If you're new here, please be sure to hit the subscribe button. In the same folder, I do have another folder named images, and inside that folder, I have three images: css.png, html.png, and js.png. Similarly, you can see I have already created index.html file, and inside that file, nothing much is going on. Like I do have some basic HTML code, and also I have already given the title. For the title, I have given the Live Code Editor. Now inside the body tag, let's create the div with class name Code Editor, and inside that div, I'm creating another div with class name Code, and also let's create iframe with id result. We don't need this code, so let's remove. And also inside the div with class name Code, I'm creating another div with class name HTML code, and inside that div, I'm creating h1 heading, and inside that, I'm giving image. For the source, let's give HTML image. So I'm writing images slash html.png, and also let's give the heading HTML. Next to that, let's create text area. We don't need this attribute, so let's remove. I'm duplicating this code for more 2 times, and instead of that HTML code, let's give CSS code. Let's change it to CSS, and also let's change it to JS. Let's write JS, and also in the image source, let's give CSS image, and also for the JavaScript, I'm giving js.png image. Now, if you have installed this extension called live server in VS Code, then in index.html file, if you right click, then you'll get the option called open with live server. If you hit that option, it will open it in your default browser. Now let's link our CSS file. So I have already created the standard CSS file, you can see. So in the standard CSS file, I have already created the custom variables with color value. And also for the inversion selector, I'm giving margin and padding 0 in order to prevent the browser default margin and padding. And also I'm giving box sizing to border box. Now let's style our body tag. For the body tag, I'm giving height of width, but due to that, inside that, the width class. And for the ID and all result and type anything that runs, I'm writing down listening to any event. Okay, when you're storage. With the help of this code, now you can access as well as store the button. So when I click that button, I will prompt once again. If you reload your page, if you press F5 key, you will lose that button, but you can see still you can get that code. So in the comment box, share this video if you think so.
What's going on, guys? My name is Engineer and I make suboptimal content. In this video, we'll go over a step-by-step walkthrough of how to build a LeetCode clone with React and Node. Now, for those of you that don't know, LeetCode is a platform that's supposed to help you with your coding interview prep, and all it does is it takes in some code and it runs the code on a server, and then it tells you whether your code has passed a couple tests or not. Creating a simple version of LeetCode is actually not too bad, as it turns out. There's really like 6 core steps that we need to get started with, right? The first thing is setting up React with Tailwind CSS, and then displaying the code editor using the code mirror library. Finally, sending that code to the backend, which is going to be running on Node.js and Express, and inside of the backend, we're going to want to figure out how to run Python code in a Node.js server, and finally send those results back into the front end so we can display whether or not the user has completed the correct project. That's going to be the whole sort of full stack project that we're going to be going over today. And before we get started, I'm just going to ask for one small favor from you guys, and that is to leave a like for this video and consider subscribing for more suboptimal content just like this. Cool. With that out of the way, let's get started with a demo of the app. We've got the prompt, which is asking the user to create a function to add 2 numbers. And once we create the code, we're going to be able to submit the code. The backend should be able to process whether or not what we've written is the correct code and then display the actual result. So here, I have created a Python function called add, and all it does is add A and B. So once I submit this code, we should see that there are 3 test cases passing. So suppose I incorrectly completed this code. Instead of returning the sum of A and B, I return the sum of A and A. Then we would expect that some of these test cases have failed. And rightfully so, we can see here that when I submit the code, 2 of the test cases failed. Now, if I just return, for example, -1, then all 3 of these test cases should have failed because we are not actually solving the problem at hand. And this is the app that I want to build for you guys today, completely from scratch, and do the full front end to back end walkthrough. So let's get started. So the first thing that we want to do is go to a empty directory and create a React and Tailwind project. So Tailwind has a really good installation guide, so I'm just going to follow that right now. So right now it's telling me to do npx create React app, and then to specify my project name. I'm going to call this client because we're going to have a client and server with Node.js, so I want to separate those 2 things. So right now it's creating the React app, and let's just scroll down and start copying these commands because we're going to need to do this to get Tailwind set up. Cool. So the create React app command created the client project, so we can cd into client, and now we can start running these Tailwind commands. So these are just some commands that you're just going to need to follow. All they're really doing is just setting up Tailwind because Tailwind requires a couple of extra packages, and it requires you to set up your project differently than just what the default create React app provides with you. So that's all we're doing right here. We're installing Tailwind, we're installing CRACO, which change the package.json. So inside of package.json, what we can do is, remove our React scripts and do this with Krakow instead. And of course, we want to create our Krakow config as well. CRACO.config.js. And here, just sort of copy these things because it just makes it, you just have to copy these things and figure out, set it up in your project. So it just takes a little bit of time to set this up. So create a new file, tailwind.config.js, and paste the information from here. And, copy this. You actually don't need to do this if you're not deploying to production, but let's just follow the directions anyway. And the last thing you're going to want to do is import the Tailwind CSS styles into your index.css file. So I'm going to go to the src and then index.css, and here I can import the Tailwind styles. And of course, we want to make sure that index.css is imported into the React project, which I believe it is automatically. So we're good to go. So the best way I like to do that, I like to test whether or not this is working, is to just change the text of the project. So we're going to go to Learn React, and right now Learn React is probably just in white. So I'm just going to make it red using, I think it's text red 500. And so if I save that and run this app using npm run start, what I should see is that the Learn React text is now in red, and that's going to ensure that we have set up Tailwind CSS properly inside of our project. So let's just make sure that everything is up and running. Cool. So as we can see, Learn React is in red, so that means that we set up Tailwind properly. All right, so the next thing that I like to do is just remove all the unnecessary code. And so I'm just going to do that real quick right over here. So I think autocompletions are currently not working because it's a JS file, so I'm going to change that to JSX, and that seems to fix autocompletions. I don't know why that is the case, but that is the case. So let me save that, and now we get HTML autocompletions. And if I refresh this page, oh, one more thing is I have to change this inside of index.js and make this, instead of _app, change it to ./app.jsx. And then if I rerun the app, I should see our code once again. As that's running, I'm going to remove more code that is unnecessary just because I don't like seeing it inside of my app. So I'm going to remove the report web vitals stuff because that's just annoying. We don't need this SVG thing. So let's just remove that, remove this, remove setup test, just remove a ton of files that are largely unnecessary for this project, just so it's a little bit cleaner and you guys aren't confused with what all the other extra files are doing. So right now, all right, so I'm importing this, so that's causing an error, but if I refresh this, it should work again. Cool. So now that we've cleared out all the unnecessary code, the next step is to display the code mirror editor. And getting started with code mirror is actually pretty straightforward. All you got to do is install this npm package, which is the UIW/code mirror library. So you can go to your React project and stop it from running, and then do an npm install, and then I think it's -save. Yeah. So what this is going to do is install code mirror into your project, and the next thing you want to do is display the code mirror editor. So let's go to our app. JSX file. And let me just npm run start this so that our code is up and running and we can see it refresh live. And I'm going to go to app.jsx and do these imports. So right now I imported the code mirror sublime text key map as well as Monakai. Instead of Monakai, let's do Dracula just because it seems to be the most popular style for a code mirror editor. And finally, what we want to do is just display the code mirror. So we can replace learn React with code mirror, and let's see where that gets us. Now again, this isn't going to be Monakai, it's going to be Dracula. And so if we save that, we should see something happening. This looks like it's an error. Code mirror is not defined. Code mirror in line 11 is not defined. Am I not importing code mirror? Oh right, I want to import code mirror as well. Oops, I forgot to copy this line. So let's go back up here and then import code mirror and see if this is going to fix the issue for us. So refresh the page and there you go. So you got a simple little code mirror editor, and inside of it, we've currently set the code to be constant a equals 0. So that's exactly what it's displaying right here, and the mode is JSX. First thing I want to do is just change this to Python and kind of style this code mirror app just so that it looks a lot cleaner than this, because right now it just looks really weird. So let's see how to do that. So I'm going to create a div, and this is where Tailwind comes in handy just because it's really easy to work with Tailwind. And I'm going to say class name, and I'm going to call this absolute, and we're just going to do a top, maybe like a top 20, bottom 40, left 10, right 10, and see what that gets us if we refresh the page. So it looks, pretty okay. Text is centered, and we don't want it centered. So that happens because in one of these classes, the text is centered. So we can just do text left, and that's going to align the text to the left side for us. And now what we want to do is bind the code mirror code to a variable inside of our app. We can do that using React hooks. Let's create a use state, and here I'm going to name the variable code and call this set code. And the initial state of this code is just going to be const a equals 0. In fact, let's change this to be Python code, so it's not JavaScript. And I'm just going to say a equals 0, and let's save that. Here it's saying use state is not defined. That's because we have not imported use state. So let's import use state from React. And right now, the code here is, we have the same thing basically, except now the value from this code is coming from our hook. And what we want to do is change the code whenever we change inside of code mirror. It has this really great option to do that, and that option is called onChange. So onChange, what we want to do is call a function. And this function takes, the code mirror gives us a couple things from this onChange method. So it gives us editor. It gives us a couple things. I forget what they are. Let me just check it out right over here. Maybe it shows in the documentation. OnChange. So we get the instance of the code mirror. We get the change. So let's go to down here and call this change. But really, we don't care about what's being changed here. All we really want is the text of this editor. So let me change this to Python. And so what we can do is set the code to be the editor dot, I think it's get value. And so whenever we change the code inside the editor, we should be automatically updating the code inside our function. Let's just confirm this is happening. So let's console.log the code as soon as we change it, and let's see what happens here. As you can see, as I'm changing the code, the new updated code is being displayed. So basically, set code is working as expected. So we can just remove that because we know it's working. And now what we want to do is just ask a question, right? Ask the user the question that we want them to solve. So I'm just going to create a simple little div. And here I'm just going to say, create a function that adds two numbers in Python. So that's going to be the question that we're asking the user. And the last thing we want to do is submit the code that the user writes in here when they are done with it. So let's create a little button at the bottom. And this button, let's just call it submit. And let's add a little bit of styling here. So I'm going to do a border 2, and then let's do background green 500, I think. And when we click it, on click, we can call a function, and this function is supposed to send whatever is inside of code to the backend. Right now we haven't created the backend yet, but we will shortly. So let's just call this function submit code, and let's create this function as well. Const submit code is an anonymous function that is going to, I guess, it's going to submit the code to the backend. But right now we can just console.log the code. So cool, we got our submit button over here, and this is our editor. So let's open up the console once again, and let's just say, define a function called add, which takes an a, b, and then returns a plus b. So what we want to do now is when we submit this code, we should see that, when we click this button, we should see that the code is getting console.log. Cool, so we got the Python code, and it's getting logged. So now what we want to do is send this code to the backend and process the Python code. So right now we've got our client-side code mostly completed, and what we want to do is create a Node.js server that's going to take in the Python code and handle it and make sure that the code that we've written is correct. So let's create a new folder inside of our project. And here we're going to call this the client. So we can just say npdir, we're going to call it the server. And when we cd into the server, we want to do an npm init. And what it's going to do is it's going to initialize Node.js. And we can just skip through all of these real quick. Yeah, that's fine. And when we're here, all we want to do is create an index.js file. And here, let's just create a simple little Express app. So I'm going to save that. Obviously, it's not going to run because we haven't installed Express. So let's install Express. And we can do that with running npm install Express. We also want to install cores because, we're going to run into some cores errors because we're going to be talking from the client. It's going to be running on like port 3000. And let's change the port to 80. I think it's called app.use cores like this. We want to const cores equals require cores like that, I think. And one more thing is we want to use JSON to communicate between the front end and the back end. So I'm going to do use express.json. So all I'm really doing right now is setting up the server so that the front end can communicate with the back end. And what I want to do is create a Python endpoint. This endpoint is going to take the information from the front end. So let's open up the front end from our project. And what we want to do is create a Axios query that's going to hit the back end and send it the required code that we want to execute so that we can actually see if it's working or not. So on the front end, on the client side, we're going to run an Axios query, post, and we pass in the URL. So http://localhost/80 and then Python. And here we want to pass in the actual code. And I think it's .then. We're going to get a result, and let's just console.log that result. So right now, what we're doing is creating an Axios query on the front end that's going to talk to the backend running on localhost 80. What we want to do for the backend here is accept a post request for Python, console.log the request.body, and then just send a res.json message, and let's just call it success. So I set up the front end to talk to the backend. Now, last thing I want to do is obviously install Axios on the front end because I haven't done that yet. So let's go to the client, npm install Axios. And so once this is up and running, we should be able to, once we submit our code, get a simple back and forth communication working. So let me open up the client and the server, cd into clone and then server, and then run npm, I think it's index.js. Do I have to run it? Did I not set it up properly? You just create like this start, and then oh sorry, should be node. That's right, index.js. But anyway, you can just do npm start. This should start up the localhost 80 server, and then if we do npm run start on the client, we should have our project up and running. Got it. Whatever. So let me refresh this. And let me open up the console and make sure that we have the full front end to back end. Oh, Axios is not fine. That's because I have not imported Axios into my project. So import Axios from Axios. Cool. So now it should be running. So if I press submit, we should send this code to the backend. The backend should log something in the terminal right over here, and then it should send something to get logged inside here as well. Cool. So we got our code, and we also got our data. So let me just clean this up a little bit. We don't really care about the request, we just care about the data. So let me just do that. And yeah, there we go. We got the message. So now we got the front end to backend communication. So the final thing to do is to run the Python code that we're sending to the backend and make sure that it is actually working. And to do that, we're going to install Python shell. But Python shell is a npm package that basically allows you to run Python inside of Node.js. And now the important thing here is that the easiest way to do so is to actually create a Python file and then send that and run that file. Basically, first thing we want to do is convert whatever is being sent from the front end into a Python file, and then we want to send that Python file into a Python shell and run it. So let's do that real quick. We know that we are sending the request body, which is the code, to the backend. But what we want to do is turn this code into a actual Python file, right? So the actual to do that, we're going to import the file system. So const fs equals require fs. So the file system, this is the file system, and let me just sort of clean this up because I don't like how it's unordered weirdly. So yeah, so we're going to import the file system, and what we're going to do is create a new file. Hold on. So what we do is create a new file when we send anything to the Python backend. We can do fs.write_file_sync, and the file we're going to create is going to be test.py. This is going to be the file we're going to write to, and what are we writing this file? We're going to write the request body.code. And so now, when we have, when we send something to the backend, we should see a file open up inside of our server folder called test.py with the actual code that we set. So let's just test that out and see that is working. So I'm going to restart the server. Now I don't have node.mon installed. Oh, something's going on here, and I have a before installation. Oh wait, I have to select this. So I don't have node.mon installed, so I'm going to have to keep restarting the npm server, but hopefully it still makes sense. So right now, let's open this up, and we should see that when we press submit here, we should see a test.py file with this code inside it. So we submit, and there you go. So test.py is working because we are writing this file. What we're going to do is send this file to the Python shell and then ensure that the code is correct. But just remember that the code I'm sending is actually not correct, right? This is not the function that adds two numbers. Now it is a little bit, now you could take this to the next level and actually code out the full implementation and taking variables like that, but I decided to create it more simply, so that we can just sort of do a proof of concept for this project, right? So I'm going to pass this code to the backend and ensure that it's working. So let me just confirm with you guys it's the same code that's going to add two numbers. So this is a function called add two numbers, and what we're doing here is we're creating the Python file itself so that we can run it inside of the Python shell on the back end. And what this is doing is taking three separate arguments, right? So taking in the first argument as argument A, taking the second argument as argument B, and taking the third argument as the result. So what we're going to do is when we're running the project, we want to pass in a simple test, like for example, we want to pass, if we're running the code, right, just do a simple over here, we want to do say Python and pass in test.py and then pass in argument 1, 2, and 3. What that's going to do is then set this first argument to A, second argument to B, and the third argument to 3, so that when we print it out, we're going to return true. And so that should, it should work. So if we do like 5, 2, and then like 7, this should be true. Now if we do 5, and like 4, 2, and 7, because add and B are going to return 6 instead of 7, this is going to return false, and then we can handle that error in the backend and send it back to the front end. Let me stop this server, and let me install the Python shell. So npm install Python shell. And here in the Python shell, we pass in some specific objects. It's really easy to pass in a couple arguments. So the most going to be text, the Python object we're passing in, and of course the arguments that we want to pass in as well. So let's see how to add this inside of our code. So what we can do is just copy this as is, right? And what we don't need this thing with this thing. Let me pass in argument 1, argument 2, argument 3, like so. And what we're doing here is we're running the Python script. Now the script is then created, it's called test.py. So I'm going to test.py, and we're going to pass in these options right over here, and here all we're doing is print results. Right, we're actually sending anything back to the front end. Now let's print results and see what results are coming. We should see that it's printed true because we're passing arguments 1, 2, 3. 1 is going to be A, 2 is going to be B, and 3 is going to be result. So because 1 plus 2 equals 3, we should see the result true on the back end. So let me npm start the backend code, and let me submit this to see what happens. Right, go to versus, we have to refresh it. Let me copy this code again. Oh, I didn't save it. Yeah, I didn't save the code. Anyway, get the actual code. This is the correct solution. So I'm just copying that and submit. Oh, it's happening in the import Python shell. Oh my goodness. So let me import const Python shell equals require Python shell.python shell. Let me restart the app, and now we should see it. As you can see, it shows the result and the result true. So we're going to pass equals B plus 10. Right, this should in turn say that it's going to show the result false. So let's do that. Cool. So we get the false result. So now all we're going to do is pass this to the front end and display an error or success message. So now we got the results that we want, and all we're going to do is pass these into the front end. And so we can do so by just calling it here, right? And here we just pass the results. Now I'm just going to pass, so for the purpose of this tutorial, let's just pass in one sample test because I know test is a little more complexity, but actually that inside of the GitHub repository, so you're going to see full code and you're going to see full code for the project. But in the case of this demo, let's just send the results back to the front end, right? Instead of logging the results, I'm just going to send them to the front end. Pass or fail. And this is going to be result 0. So we know the result is an array, and it's basically returning like an array of true or false. Because we know these ones you want it to be, you just sort of pass that back to the front end. And once you have it in the front end, we want to display it where we want to update our UI. So let's just confirm that it is being sent properly. I'm going to open up the console, and when I submit it, I should get false, right? Oh, I forgot to restart. So yeah, so we restart the app and we see that it is false. So now we pass in correct code, we should get true. Cool. So now what we're going to do is display this in front end. That's actually pretty straightforward. So what we can do is create a variable. Actually, let's do this array. So correct test cases, and let's set test cases. And let's just make this array. And what we do is when we get this data, we want to we want to push this into the project, into the test cases so that we know where our data is right. And let me show you how to do that. We can say set test cases, and say it's going to be data pass or fail. So this is going to be data pass or fail, and we also want to display this entire app. So for every issue, as a video, then
Okay, let me put the timer for 1 hour and a half again. And I'm just realizing that I'm kind of past the tutorial phase, I think. Because every time I watch these tutorials, I kind of know everything that they're gonna talk about. And I think that this is not because I still have a lot of stuff to learn, but I think that past a certain point, it becomes like, kind of, you don't have the return on investment of making the tutorial because the application is too complex, I think. So most of the tutorials are available are for simple cases, I think. And then all the nuance and like the more complex cases, you don't have tutorials anymore because it wouldn't make sense for someone to invest all of the time in just one video, I think. But yeah, so I think it becomes harder and harder to find videos that talk about this stuff because it's more nuanced and depends on the case. So I think I mainly watch the tutorials now out of habit, I think. And it's also because it's lower effort, so I don't think it's completely useless, but yeah. Just learn a lot less than I did back then. So I don't like the approach that he took there because every time that someone executes, it creates a new file. It doesn't make sense to me. I think it makes more, especially in my case, I think that the reason why he did it like that is because his backend is with Node.js. And I think I can do something similar with the serverless function, just create the file. But I think I want to try the other way first, which is to just figure out how to format the text, but it might be too difficult. So format the text in the correct way and then send as a JSON string to the backend. And then on the backend, I load the file, load the text or write the file. But I think I have to figure out how to execute, because I think I'm gonna have to write to a file, but I don't need to save the file. You just create a file object and then write the string and then execute the file inside of the sysset trace thing. That's what I have to figure out how to do it. So here the question is, how can I, what can I get from this that is gonna be the easiest thing possible to build the code later. And now I don't have the highlighting, looks like. Oh no, it's still working. Maybe you can send as the list, and then I just loop over the list in the backend. And then as I loop, I write through the file. Maybe that's the easiest way. Because the most annoying thing is the indentation. And I don't want to have to write like a whole lexical syntax tree and like figure out how to divide the thing by tokens and then do all of the kind of stuff to kind of like emulate a Python compiler or interpreter. And also I think it's not necessary because obviously Python already does that, so just have to figure out what's the best way to translate a string to file formats. It's gonna reload this thing. I could pass everything as a string, and then I just loop over the string. Like I receive the string on the endpoint, and then I send the string to the other function, to the other file, and insert that in the systrace, and then in the systrace I just create a loop that executes every line with this thing here. This, I already expected this, but it's gonna be a pain in the ass to make this work. Because I have to imagine like all of the possible stuff that people can put, like decorators, generators, stuff like that. And then all of the methods that they can use, like everything pretty much. And then find a way to put, like, structure a bunch of things, a bunch of files that are gonna, like, work kind of like a filter for the inputs. So it's like it's like you're putting water in one of those filter things, or coffee in the filter. So you receive the input, then it passes through all these functions and files, and then at the end it just the pure thing, and then you execute that thing. But figuring out how to filter is annoying. Maybe this kind of stuff I can find videos that are gonna be useful, because I don't have any experience with this, and biggest problem with this approach here is that's gonna be a pain in the ass to deploy. But I think it might be the best one, because it isolates everything. I think it's Docker container probably. The safer. I think this could be considered as, yeah, this is what I was gonna say. Like a jailbreak for ChatGPT. Hmm. The problem is the way that I'm getting this thing. Let me see something. Nice. So I'm receiving here. One approach I think would be to create a list of keywords that are acceptable, and then filter the list based on the other one. But then I would have to figure out or to make the list with all possible keywords like that I want to allow in Python. And that would also fail because then like names of variables are a problem. So that doesn't work, I think. It's better to exclude the stuff that I don't want. Like if you find something on the blacklist, then it returns. But I have to be very careful to think about all the possible ways that people can like write things in a way that is not gonna catch the thing. So for example, if I do imports OS here, then someone can just instead of putting like this, put like this, for example. Then would be different. But I guess then it wouldn't execute, that's the thing. I think every time that it creates a new line, it splits the text. That's what happens here. So each string is a line, I think. Yeah. So it's just like reading a file, I think. I know what's going on. There we go. Just wanna test to see if it's gonna work. Then I think about the sanitization. The problem is that if the code doesn't run, then that's the thing. Hmm. And put some valid code here and see if it's gonna work. Hey, there we go. But I think it didn't excuse the thing. Yeah, this is gonna be very difficult. So I have to figure out how to sanitize the thing, and then after that, how to pass there, and then how to execute, and then from the execution, how to clean up the stack trace, because I'm gonna have to do additional things to execute the thing. So I'm gonna have to remove anything that is not related to the actual execution of the script. And it can be very difficult, I think. So let me think about it. I'm already tired, to be honest, as well. 5.5 hours. Like, the thing is that I'm not sure, like, I'm still thinking about in my mind what is the best way, because I think like this is probably not the best, even though it seems like it works here. And also, like, I'm gonna have to see, like, because obviously people are gonna try to put code that doesn't work, obviously, even if it's not intentionally, but obviously I have to expect that. So I think here I need to put a broad exception and then just return something else, and then like I wonder how they do it here. Like, each thing is probably gonna say like what's actually wrong, so I don't know how they do it. Let me see if I do a mistake like this. D. No, but I think this might be valid, actually. Right, it works. So interesting, the creators' work.
When you ask a user to enter something, you need to validate the input so you're sure they've entered a valid value. This is what I'm going to teach you in today's video. Make sure you stick until the end because I'm going to give you lots of examples and tips to make your life easy. So here we are. I just created validate user inputs.py, and here we're going to have a look at different validations. So we're going to start out with validating if the user enters.
Let's talk about how input sanitization should work in an application like this. So here's what's happening at present. We've got an attacker, and that attacker is going to send a request to the web server that looks like this. So this is what we saw just before, and clearly this is a SQL injection attack. As we now know, the web application is going to take this query string parameter, and it's going to make it look like this particular statement. Now, because of this OR 1 equals 1 tautology, the database is going to return every single record back to the web application, and the web application is going to spit it all back out to the attacker. Injection attack successful. But let's do this. Let's scroll all this back, and we'll imagine that the website is now actually sanitizing the input. So it's going to look at this query string parameter, so the untrusted user data, and it's going to decide whether this is valid or not. Now, this to me doesn't look valid. And we just talked about the reasons why. So in this case, it's not just a V and then an integer, or even just alphanumeric and spaces. It doesn't conform to a valid pattern for cylinders. So with input sanitization in place, it's going to do this. Rejected. That's all. It's that simple. And it's just a matter of the web application saying, hey, this is not a good request. It doesn't conform to one of those allowable patterns I just explained. So getting back to the sort of things that you want to be looking for as an ethical hacker, let's go and have a look at a whole bunch of different character ranges that you should think about for testing input sanitization. Here are some good examples of characters that are often used in SQL injection attacks. We've seen some of these already, so things like single quotes and dashes and equal signs. Many of these are used to mount an attack. There are also a whole bunch of others that we haven't looked at. Things like percentages that are often used in like clauses, the @@ syntax to access server variables. All of these are the kinds of things that you want to test for when you're establishing what sort of sanitization is going on in the app. Now you'll see I've also got regex patterns in here for A through to Z, both lowercase and uppercase, and for numbers. Now that's not to say you should never use letters because they could be involved in a SQL injection attack, but it's about establishing what is allowed by the app. Because in many cases, you are only expecting an integer, particularly when things like an ID is passed. The application shouldn't be allowing letters. That would not pass what should be a whitelist rule that says only give me numbers. So this is a really good character set to start using. Now sometimes you'll see that I've got double characters, so the @@ syntax for example. The web application may legitimately need to accept the @ symbol. Email addresses are a great example of that, but does it need to legitimately accept the @@ symbol? Now I'm a little bit pragmatic here, and I want to be cautious about recommending that an application should be too overzealous in its whitelisting, because the last thing you want is to make the application unusable. There are many examples of problems like folks in Ireland not being able to register on a web application because of the prevalence of a single quote in the surname. That's the last thing you want. Well, other than a SQL injection attack, it's the last thing you want. But it is the sort of thing you want to test carefully to determine what sort of characters you might be able to use in an injection attack.
What is going on, guys? Welcome.
Is a number. Okay, so let's start with user input is equal to input and a number. And of course, if you want to print, so this wouldn't work because user input, the input is actually a string. So even if I wrote 3, the 3 would be a string, not an integer or float. So we need to convert it. Do something like float and then user input, or we can do something like int, integer. And we're going to stick to integer. Okay. So now this will work, but what if the user actually enters a letter? This will work because int only converts strings that can be converted to numbers. So for example, string 3 will be converted to string number 3. But if we enter hello, hello will be converted to an integer because how can you convert a word to integer? Okay. So we're going to take advantage of this impossibility to convert a string a word to number, and we're going to use it to validate. So for example, if you do something like try, user input, int, user input, except value error, print invalid. You need to enter a number. Okay, something like that. So here we're trying to convert what is entered to a number. If this error occurs, so value error, that means that the string will be converted to a number because it's actually not a number. Okay, so that would be invalid, and user will be shown this. Okay, so let's actually try if we get invalid. So number, invalid means enter number. Okay, if you enter a number, you don't see invalid, you don't see anything. Okay, so this could be used to check if the user actually enters a number, but we want Python to actually keep asking the user for a number until they enter a number. Okay, so to do that, we're going to use a while true loop. Okay, so we're going to get this. Actually, I'm going to write that right here. So while true, we're going to do this. We're going to get this and put it in here. Okay, we're going to try convert number. If the number unconverted, you need to tell the user that they entered something invalid, and then here we can actually print the result. Let's say 2 plus user input. Because here we show that user input is actually a number because otherwise the loop would keep looping and looping. Okay, by the way, of course, you need to break out the loop because otherwise they will keep looping anyway. So here, if the user input is converted to integer correctly, then you break. If the user input can be converted to a number, then this runs, the except runs, and the user is shown this. Okay, so let's try it out real quick. So enter number, invalid, invalid, 5. 5 plus 2, 7. Okay, so this is the first way you can check. You can validate an input, and here you're checking if the user entered a number, a valid number. You can check the other way around. So if the user entered anything but a number, and that's really easy because you can just do something like this. So that, paste it here. So here you copy this and you paste it here, and down here you break. So what happens here? Here you try to convert it. So if the string can be converted to a number, that means that the user entered a number. We don't want them to enter a number. So enter anything but a number. So we want anything like special character, whatever, but not a number. So here, as I said, we try to convert it. If the user entered 1, which is not valid, this works because of course you can convert the number to integer. So we need to print invalid, and the while true will start again. Okay. But if this throws an error, that means that the user actually entered something different from number, and we take advantage of the value error. So here in this case we want the error to occur so that we know that the user entered something else not a number, and we break out of it. Okay, if that makes sense. So here we can do something like 2 plus because throws an error. Let's actually try it out. So enter anything but a number. 3, you need to enter, of course, here you need to enter anything. Okay, so that will work. 4, anything but a number. 2, anything but a number. Hello, hello. Okay, perfect. Not all characters. If so, in nickname, invalid characters. Enter nickname, let's say Fabio, but invalid. Let's say slash, something like that, and Fabio program, something like that. Welcome to program, because we didn't write any of these characters in the name. Okay, so this is working perfectly. Okay, then last but not least, maybe one user enter only 6 letters, or values, for example, 5 letters of the alphabet, maybe all letters of the alphabet, but not like special characters, stuff like that. Or for example, we want to use just 1 letter, not just 3, 4 letters, or names like that. Like we have a game, which I made a video about. We don't have an AB break, of course, which break, and then down here.
तो जैसा कि हम सभी जानते हैं कि आज हम लोग को क्वेश्चन सेट 21 सॉल्व करना है, तो आई होप कि आपको क्वेश्चन सेट 20 समझ में आ गया होगा। तो आज के सेट में हम लोग के पास 3 क्वेश्चन है। ठीक है, तो आज हम लोग का क्वेश्चन 1 क्या कहता है कि पाइथन प्रोग्राम लिखना है कि परम्यूटेशन ऑफ अ गिवन यहाँ पे बात है परम्यूटेशन होता क्या है। जैसे कि अगर मैं यहाँ पे जीटीसी बोलूं तो ये यूजर से कॉल कर देना और इसके अंदर मुझे बता देना कि ये स्ट्रिंग कैसे परम्यूटेशन निकालना है। उस स्ट्रिंग का मैं मुझे उसको इसके अंदर पाइथन कोड लिखा हुआ है, तो वो स्ट्रिंग ठीक है। और मैं आपसे क्या कहता हूं एग्जीक्यूट फंक्शन कोई भी स्ट्रिंग का हम लोग प्रिंट करने वाले हैं। तो सबसे पहले क्या कोड लिखा जाए, ये जो डुप्लीकेट कैरेक्टर्स है ना, हमें ये प्रिंट करके हमें भेजा। अगर वो कैरेक्टर कहीं में जाता है तो उसे क्या करना, दूसरी एक सेट में अपेंड करूंगा। सेट में अपेंड करके लिस्ट में अपेंड करूंगा। ठीक, सेट में अपेंड होता है। ठीक है, और जैसे आई आया, ठीक है, तो आई तो पहले से रखा क्या करेगा उस अपने रिजल्ट नाम पे सेट पे नोट रिजल्ट डॉट ऐड क्या करना है इसका आई तो लगा हो जाए। ठीक है, अब इसका मैं क्या करता हूं,
Welcome back. In today's video, I want to show you why you should be very careful when using the functions eval or exec in Python. So let us get right into it. Alright, so we're going to talk about exec and eval in today's video and why you should be very careful when using these two functions, especially if you're hosting an application and users are using your application and they're providing input to your application, and that input in some way influences the input to eval or exec. This is a very dangerous thing. You should be very careful with that. I'm going to show you why in today's video. And I'm going to limit myself in this video to a simple Python file, so I'm going to show you the examples in the Python file. I'm well aware that none of you guys would ever do that in a simple Python file, but that's also not really where the problem is. If you use exec and eval in your own automation scripts, that's not the issue. The issue is if you have a web application, for example, a Flask web app, a Django web app that you're putting public and that is running on a server, and then you provide people with input possibilities, and these inputs then influence exec or eval. That is a very dangerous thing. But first of all, let's talk about what exec and eval are in general. They're basically just functions that take a string as an input, and this string is a Python statement, this string is some code, and this is then executed or evaluated. Essentially, executed and evaluated are the same thing, but eval also returns you the output. So for example, if I say print eval, in fact we use that in the calculator tutorial on my channel, we use the eval statement to get the string that was crafted and to evaluate it to return the result. But essentially we can say eval and then for example 2 plus 5, this is a string now. Python will then take this is obviously Python code, 2 plus 5 is something that Python can interpret, and it results in 7. If we evaluate this, Python executes the statement and we receive the result as a result of eval. We then print the result. That's how it happens. And then we also have exec, and exec is essentially the same thing, but it doesn't return the result. So in this case 2 plus 5 is executed, but we don't get the result here as return value. That's those are the basics. So what can go wrong with that with those two functions? Now let's say here in this very trivial and arbitrary scenario, I have some key in my program. I say this is my secret password. This is my constant that I have in my code, and this will be the string you will never know. This looks like a CTF flag now, and in CTFs you will oftentimes find eval and exec. This is also a nice thing to learn here if you are going to do CTFs. But essentially, this is now my secret password in my code, and then let's say I provide the user with the possibility to do something. I don't know, to create his own variables that he can then use later on. So I can say, okay, user, please give me a variable name. Please enter a variable name. So I want to allow the user to create variables and to change the value of the variables and all that. So first I want to have a var name, and then I want to have a var value. So please enter a value for the variable. Again, I have to repeat it one more time. This is not the actual issue here. The issue is not that you have some command line script where you shouldn't use exec. This is just a very, very simple example of what could happen. This can also happen in a web app scenario where you have text boxes and buttons. But let's say this is what we want to do now, and then what I allow the user to do is I allow the user to execute that. So I say exec, and my Python string is var name is equal to var val. So this is something that I can do here. I can, not var val like this, var val like this, and this results in the Python statement. If I enter here, for example, xyz, and then here I enter 200, it will say xyz equals 200. It will create the variable, and then I can say, for example, in the end, the value of your variable is now, and then I can say here eval, eval, and then let me just make this an f string eval, and then the variable name that we have here. So that's the idea. So we can see that this works. If I now run this here, I can say, okay, xyz is my variable, 200 is my value, the value of your variable is now 200. No problem here. I think all of you guys probably know already what the problem is. If I go ahead now and I say, for example, that my variable name is my secret password, and my value is also my secret password, you can see the value of your variable is now you will never know. Because the value of my variable actually is now evaluating the name my secret password. If I evaluate my secret password, this is what happens, right? I get this as a result here. I print the value of my secret password. This is something that I can do. Now you might say, okay, but maybe if I have a Flask application and I have a secret key, I don't know the name of it, so I cannot even place the name here. I cannot even know what to do. But that's not true because, or actually, it might be true, but what you can do, nevertheless, is you can write Python code and do virtually whatever you want. So, for example, let me show you a very simple input here. I can say, okay, what I want to do is, come on, run this. What I want to do is I want to create a variable x, and the value of the variable x should be open, and it should be my new file.txt, and it should be opened in writing mode, and I want to write gotcha. Gotcha. Like this. Guess what happens? New file was created. Gotcha. And this is now harmless, but I can also write executables. I can delete files. I can traverse the directory. You can see the value of the variable is now 6 because that is what was returned by the function. But I can execute Python code now. And what I can also do is if I have this secret file here, the secret txt file with another secret in it, I can also go ahead and do the same thing. I can say x, but now I can say open. And if I know a file exists secret.txt, maybe I scanned the directory before that. I want to open it in reading mode. I want to read the content. The value of your variable is now another secret. So this is a very dangerous thing to do. Again, as I mentioned it a couple of times already, this will not happen in simple command line application. But maybe, let's say a very trivial example is you have a Flask application and you let the user input some calculations and you evaluate the calculations for the user. The problem is, if you do that, you allow the user to essentially, if you use an eval function for that, you allow the user to essentially execute Python code on your machines. Now, maybe you think you're smart now and you can just say, okay, I just take the last 3 characters of the user input, or I take a special portion of it, or I use a regex or something. It might work, but in general, whenever the user can influence what happens in exec and eval, this is dangerous because we can add, in Python maybe not semicolons, but we can add special characters, we can add line breaks, we can add colons, we can do a lot of things here that will mess up your security mechanism. So in general, my advice is avoid exec and eval whenever possible, especially when other users are involved. If you're just writing your own automation script, it doesn't really matter, you can do whatever you want. But if other people are working on your machine because they're using your web app, which is running on your server, don't allow them to use exec or eval in any case, in any way, because if they can control what enters these functions, they can basically execute Python on your computer, and that's dangerous. So that's it for today's video. I hope you enjoyed it and hope you learned something. If so, let me know by hitting the like button and leave a comment in the comment section down below. And of course, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit the notification bell to not miss a single future video for free. Other than that, thank you very much for watching.
Doesn't solve anything. Like the challenge is how to prevent like, and I knew like this would be difficult before. It's very hard to think about like all the possible ways that I can have like attack vectors and then how to prevent everything. But I think this should be the way. So execute everything with the execute. Maybe don't need the other library as well. Just pass the string. And instead of the list, they just join and pass the whole string. Join on the front end. But the issue is how I'm gonna make sure that like nothing can be like exploited. The issue is that like a lot of the libraries are gonna use the, like, even if the user doesn't use them, these commands like to open files and things like that. So maybe I can come up like with a creative alternative to make it so that, like, what I was thinking about is just like creating a database or something like that, or just having a bunch of different codes, gathering a bunch of different code and then allowing only the code that exists on the server to run, but it's not very good. I think like the best thing to do is probably like keep, I think that's probably what they do on Python tutor, is just keep very simple what is possible to do here with user input. And then I provide another option, which is just to visualize the execution of code that I have on the server. I think that's might be the best approach, because then it's the best of both worlds. And then I can just create a database over time of code from different libraries that has already the built-in visualization. And then instead of putting the ID here, I would put the code itself. And then the canvas related, the visualization related to the code. I think that's would be a good idea. I think it's probably better to pass as a list, maybe as an array to the backend, and then put this stuff on the backend. But maybe not actually, because I think strings are immutable in Python. It's probably just easier to do this on the front end and then pass the formatted string to the backend. You can just loop over the the input there. I think this way it will send the actual string. And then on here, it's gonna receive that and then load, get the code, then sanitize here. Put the logic. I think I'm gonna study this library here. Let's see if there's any tutorials. I think I'm gonna get the list of the libraries that are approved by Python tutor that I copied the other day. And I'm gonna start with those. It's Python tutor modules. I think that Pico is kind of tricky. Also, IO is kind of tricky. So maybe I'll remove them for now until I know better. Because Pico allows you to serialize files, I think, and IO is related to the socket, I think. It's input output, so yeah, but I'm not 100% sure about them. Oh, I forgot this thing here. I think I'm just gonna delete them for now. So let me think. Yeah, maybe I would just risk it and leave it like this. The thing is that this doesn't return anything, so I guess I could just because if it doesn't run, it's just gonna break there. So okay, I can send this one. Instead of doing this, I can. Let's try. I think maybe I should just send the flag variable in case this is true. And then if not, I just send the data. And then on the front end, I can check to see. And let's try to see if this works. I think I don't even need to make it work correctly now. I'm just gonna make it so that you can put stuff there and then visualize something, even if it's all wrong, just so I can send the updates to Buildspace, so I can like try to get people to use it, and then just send the update, and then after that I'll improve everything. So just make it work, and then be very conservative here with the stuff that I'm allowing. The tricky thing is that I have to see how I'm gonna, like, because I don't wanna, if it breaks here, it's probably not gonna run here, it's not gonna send the response. So I think like I have to make either flag variables or something like that I can pass to the function, that this function is gonna return, and then if it returns true or false, I put some logic here that I have to probably save that into an object, the response. Like if it is false, and then, or if it is true, whatever the way I set up the flag variable. So when I send the data back to the thing, I can put conditional statements to check if the response, if the code worked or not, and then if not, I'll just display the error message. But it's kind of tricky to get it right, I think. So the code was incorrect. So let me print this. It's because I changed the way that I'm doing on the front end. I'm passing as final code. That's why. Ah, there we go. Nice. Obviously it's still wrong, but at least it's something. There's this one node here. And it's also the position is also fucked up because of the way I'm calculating everything. Nice. It's really cool though. So I guess when he executes, when he uses the execute, I have to like figure out how it's gonna be different. I think it's just returning. Yeah, I don't know how it works actually. Yeah, it is returning this stuff, but it's returning everything as one element, one string instead of a list. And it's also returning this class here, which shouldn't be, obviously, because it's not part of the their script. It's just part of the stuff that I'm using. But I wonder if this is already like enough to try to get people to just test and see what they talk about, what they say. The issue is that I still have to deploy this. That's a problem. In the deployment is the most annoying part, I think. Because then it's very hard to debug if it doesn't work on sending the requests. Let's see if this one works. And also here, I don't think it's gonna, like, it's just gonna add more nodes instead of creating a new one, I think, if I execute. Oh no, it did work. It creates a new one. Nice. So the thing is that it's returning only one thing. And obviously I'm gonna test if it doesn't work there. I'm gonna send like something, like both something that uses the libraries that are not available there and also input that it is incorrect. It's not correct Python. Just see what happens. So the first part is the execution, like the object that contains the code. And after that, it passes this stuff here. So I have an idea to just pass this one, which was the one that I was using before. And see what happens. Interesting. So the problem is that it created two children, two text nodes, I think. Or two arrays on the text node. I think once it gets too big, it starts splitting, probably. So let's see. Interesting. Yeah, so at 33 lines, it starts splitting the thing, and now it's not children anymore. It's not text anymore, it's children. So it's just like a tree, and it appends the different nodes based on lines. And each child has a text lib. I don't understand why he's not hitting this one. Or maybe it is. Yeah, I think I'll take a break then, fix this. So 20 minutes break. I think maybe I should fix first, because this is annoying, but it's easy to fix, I think. So I think maybe what I should fix first is the backend. This stuff to sanitize the code, to see what happens if there's invalid input or some library that is not acceptable or some function that is not acceptable. But I think the problem is that it still ran the custom function there. Yeah, but I think that's the stuff ChatGPT gave me is just through built-in functions and things like that. So it doesn't stop the person to run their own code, but I think it does stop from using the libraries that are gonna do stuff with the system. But I have to test if they're gonna be able to open files and things like that. I think it's probably better to test this kind of stuff first and then fix that on the back end, because I think it's harder. Don't have experience with that, and then I fix this stuff later. I think once I figure that out, then I'm just gonna try to deploy this. Try to deploy the backend and update the front end. Like just see if it builds, and then commit a push to the main repo. So I think I'm gonna watch videos maybe while I eat something again. Yeah, I think I won't put the timer. I just watch these videos while I eat something and then I'll continue to try to figure this out. So I'll be right back.
Alright, welcome to the video, and in this video I'm going to be talking about the AST module in Python, what it does, and let's get started. Let me show you a small demo. So we can say import AST. Now let's assume you have a data, right, which is a string, right, but it's actually a list, right? So this is a list inside, but it is actually a string, right? So now how do I convert this back to a list? So the AST module can help to do that. So we can say literally supply the data, right, remove that. Name data is not defined. Should have run that first. So now you see it's a list, right? So let me prove that to you. So I'm gonna do print that data first of all. So let's run this. Here you can see it's a list. Similarly, this works for the JSON data as well, like something that is string, right? So let's say so if I so here you can see this is a JSON data, right? But it's inside the code. That means this is nothing but a string. Or let me do this way. If this makes you triple quotes, right? So let me run that and print this. So now you can see it converted that into a dictionary. Here you can see that string object. So this works for all data types, list, tuples. So if you have something tuples.
How many of you are using syntax trees for anything?
Okay, so I want to show a quick tutorial of how to use this new Python parse to JSON thing that I just built. And the goal of this project is to
take Python code and parse it into a nice compact JSON format like this, so that you can get an AST, an abstract syntax tree, with all of the start and end columns and lines associated with all the tokens in the all the nodes in the AST. So you can do further analysis or visualization. So let's start by cloning the repo. So we should probably use HTTPS. We're going to copy my terminal. I'm going to git clone. And this should have no external dependencies, hopefully, if I do everything right. So I'm going to cd into the directory. And the only file here is parse python to JSON. There's a Python parser module, which I use. I took an existing Python parser and I hacked it a little bit. It's in the subdirectory. So if you're going to copy this, you need to copy everything, both the subdirectory and this parse Python file. So anyways, to use it, you simply either pass in a file that you want to parse of Python code, or you can just pass in a string of Python code, possibly multi-line, onto the command line. So -py files or file, and if you just don't use any flags, you get a string. So if you're calling from, say, another app or web app, you can just pass in a giant multi-line string. You can also, for fun, run it on itself, because again, this is just a Python file. You can just parse itself. So let's try test.py, which is just a small Python file. So test.py has a doc string in the front. It has some comments. It has an add function defined. It has a slow multiply function defined. This is again a doc string with a doc test, and it has a bunch of stuff. So there's 30 lines total, as indicated down here, and we want to parse it. So to do that, we're just going to run this code right here. This command right here. Copy it on the command line. Paste. Okay. So I run this. I'm going to close the screen. I run this. It will print out JSON to standard out. So you can either pipe it to file, or what I do on the Mac is I do pipe to pb copy, which copies to your clipboard. So that actually just copies all of this text to the clipboard. So then what I can do is I can go on an online JSON viewer. So I use this one. It doesn't really matter what you use, but it's just convenient for seeing JSON. I just simply paste it into the JSON viewer, and I hit viewer. And I zoomed in here on my browser just so I can show you more clearly. Okay, so this is the JSON structure of the AST. So the top level node in AST is called a module, because the whole, let me just remind you here what test.py is. The whole thing is called a module, right? So this 30-line thing is called a module. The LOC field is always in every node, and it shows you the location of the start and end locations of every node. Now, for some weird reason for module, it doesn't do a really good job. So you should ignore it for the module one, because it actually only, I think, takes the first expression of the module. But let's ignore the LOC for now. Every node in your JSON tree has an underscore fields. And what underscore field is that it conveniently lists all of the fields, except for LOC, because LOC is there everywhere. It lists all of the fields you can recurse into, possibly, in order to see more information. So for example, a module only has one field, which is called body. So if I click body, body is a list. And body is a list of 3 objects. The 3 objects, unsurprisingly, are the 3 things in the module. So if we look, the first thing in the module is simply a string, multi-line doc string. The second thing is an add function definition, and the third thing is a slow multiply function definition. So there are 3 things, so we can dive in. So the 0th thing is an expression, and there's an LOC. So if you look at LOC, start end, starts at line 1, column 0, ends at line 12, column 3. So imagine 1, 0, 12, 3. So line 1, column 0, the columns are 0 index, so it's here. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Line 12 is the ending, and then 0, 1, 2, and 3 is 1 byte off the end of this string. So the range is really from here all the way down here, which encapsulates the whole expression, which is a string. Now note the thing with LOC is that the ending is always an open interval, so the column is always going to be 1 beyond the actual column you want. So it's actually half closed interval. So this is closed on the left, includes everything on the right, it's half open. So just be aware that so you don't get off by 1 error, but you should be able to eyeball it pretty well. Okay, so what is this expression? It has, okay, so what does an expression have? You go into the field, expression has a value. So value is in here, so we can recurse inside. Value is a string, an str, and lo and behold, the actual string contents is in the S field. So strings have an S field. We go in, and this viewer doesn't display the multiple lines, but this is essentially the full contents of our doc string, which is pretty cool. Okay, so an LOC again shows you the value of the columns and lines. Okay, let's close this. So we're on the 0th body. Let's go to the number 1. So what is that? That is here. This is the function definition for add, which takes 2 parameters and returns x plus y. Okay, so what is that? So this is a function def. What are the fields? There are a bunch of fields. There's a function name, args, returns. I don't know what actually return is. Body and decorator list. So decorator list is empty. Name is here as a string, so name is add, which is the add function, unsurprisingly. Args is all the arguments. So there are 2 arguments, x and y. So once again, we can drill down into args, and that itself is called an arguments thing. And there's a bunch of options here, but essentially what you want is, I think, args, and there's a list of 2 args. The 0th is x, 1 is y, and this is why it's really useful to have a tree view. So notice how everybody has an LOC. This thing has an LOC, this thing has an LOC. Everybody has a nice LOC, which is the location. So for example, the args LOC is start, and so let's do line 15, column 8, line 15, column 12. Okay, so let's go here. This is line 15, because look, we're down here, line 15. Column 8 is 0, 0 index, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Beautiful, it starts on X. And the end is line 15, column 12. So we're at 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Notice how 12 is 1 beyond the end. So really we go from 8, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 is what we end at. Open interval. So the selection is right there. So it's actually really precise. So if we want to know what the, let's zoom out for a little bit. What is this whole thing? This is a function definition of add. If you want to know the LOC for this whole function, it's actually really cool, because the it starts at 15, 0, ends at 16, 16. Okay, so 15, 0 is here, and then 16 is the next line. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 15, and then 16 is 1 beyond that. So we know that the add function is these 2 lines. So again, by looking at the code and looking at the these LOCs, you can determine the ranges of everything, and they're all recursive. They're all contained to each other. So just to finish it up, a function has a body. So if we go inside the body, there is only one statement in the body. That's a return statement, which is this one, which is on this line 16. And then if we go inside, the return has a value, because again, underscore field means value is the thing we look into, and the value is a binary operation, which is x plus y, right? It's a binary op. And then what do we do here? So the op is an add operation, the left is x, and the right is y. So we have perfectly reconstructed the whole AST for the add. And we do the same thing for slow multiply, right? This is the same thing down here. The multiply function will be shown in the same way. So this is definition, slow multiply, LOC. Let's look at the LOC for slow multiply. It starts at line 18, column 0, 18, 0, ends at 30, 15. So 18 is here, 0, it's over here, and then 30 is 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. Column 15, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 14, and 50 again is 1 off the end. So we have selected this whole thing. And again, this is all recursive going downward. And you can dive into all of the, so the body of the functions here, and then there's a bunch of expressions. There's 5 expressions in the body. So let's look at what they are. I would bet you they are. The first expression is a string, right? Second expression is this line. The third expression is this line. The fourth expression is this whole for loop, which is its own expression, and the fifth one is a return. So let's look at the fourth one.
Hello and welcome. I'm Jay.
0, 1, 2, 3, sorry, the index 3 one. And that, if lo and behold, is a for loop, right? It's a for, which is this thing. And what does it have? The for goes into the fields. It has a body, an or else, an iter, and a target. So what is the body? This is the body of the for loop. And the body of the for loop is an assignment statement, which is this here. And then this drills downward as well. So the most important thing is that every node has an underscore field. And by looking at underscore fields, you know what fields are available for you to observe and recurse into. Because you notice how every type of node has a different set of fields, right? But if we have an underscore fields, then we can dispatch on that and recurse inward and handle all the cases. And LOC, again, is present everywhere. It's present in all of the nodes. Okay, so that's the normal case. I can run it on itself. Again, this is going to be giant, but you can imagine running this parse Python JSON on itself, and this will be gigantic. I don't think I'm going to go through it manually. Let me reload and try to load it just to show it works. So this is a giant JSON, right? I mean, you probably don't want to look at this manually. And if we view it, it's a module, it has a body, it has a bunch of statements now. And if we dive into statements, actually most of them are import statements, funny enough. There is a if statement, there's a class definition. So you can just keep diving downwards, right? It just keeps on going, you know, as deep as you go. Because this tree is pretty complicated because this is parsing literally its own source file, which is pretty huge with a lot of complexities. Okay, so what happens when there's an error? So another thing I can illustrate is you can, if you just define a function or do something, write Python from the command line, you can parse it too. So print hello world. So if you just pass in just a string, it'll just render the string. Sorry, it'll just try to compile the string and parse it. So here's a string. So there's a module. The body only has one statement. This is a print statement. The values is a string hello world. Perfect. We have print hello world. So it's actually very small. You can do a multi-line string, right? So if I go this, if I do define foo a b star c or something, the next line y equals a plus b. Next line is return y times c. I don't know. I'm just making something up. I end the thing. So there's a multi-line string now, and it has a multi-line string. And when we press enter, it all works again, and we can do pipe to pb copy, and we can see our function here. So this is useful for when you want to. So there's one function definition of a foo function. There's a bunch of args. There's actually a let's see, is there keyword args? No, this is there's a var args actually, right? There's a c, which is a var args because it's a star right here. But anyways, you can keep diving in. Okay, so what happens to get a syntax there? So let's see what happens. So let's say I write my function and I say 3 return, because clearly you can't have an identifier called 3 return. When I press enter, it will spit out a bunch of stuff to standard error. It'll just spit out error message. But really what we care about is standard out, which is just this this JSON. So I'm going to pipe standard error to dev null, just to silence standard error. So again, I'm running the same thing as the syntax error here. I'm piping the errors to dev null. So I only see the standard out, which again is a very clean, compact thing. So if I pipe the standard out to pb copy, I'm going to go here and paste it. So whenever you get a compile error or a parse error, it will give you a type parse error. I just made this up. And then it gives you a message. And this tries, and the messages aren't great, but it's actually better than the default Python message, which is just syntax error we give up, right? So there's a message you can use, but most importantly, there's an LOC, which shows you the range of your syntax error. So this error goes from line 3, column 3 to line 3, column 9. This is what you can use to highlight. So line 3 in this case is, bear with me here, line 1, line 2, line 3, and it's hard to see here, but column 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, so we don't include 9. So the error is, I think, right here. So it just says, I tried to parse the 3, I'm expecting something else, but I get an identifier instead, so I blow up. So this can happen for a file too, so I'll give you a shorter example. So if I just say, you know, x equals 3, this works, right? This is legal Python. But if I say 3 equals x, this is not legal Python, right? And you know, it prints out that as standard error, but really what you care about is the standard out. So if I pipe this, sorry, if I pipe this to pb copy, then remember this goes 3 equals x. When I go here, paste it, oh, whoops, did I not pb copy it? Pb copy, when I paste it, it says parse error cannot assign to this expression, which is nice because we can't assign anything to a literal, right? So because the parse error, the location is 1011, which is right here. It just says this expression, and you know the error message pointing out this expression is funny that way. So anyways, that's a really quick preview of this tool, and hopefully you find it useful.
How many of you are using syntax trees for anything building?
So hi everyone, welcome to the Nitish Dobriyal Zero 10, and today in the series of lessons of data engineering tutorials we are going to cover about the HTTP level thing, what it is, and how you can use that simple utility in your project and how I use that. Okay, let me open the notebook. Yeah, so you can see that this is a JSON file. I hope you understand how the JSON file is structured. So it has these keys like ID, first name, and last name, city. And for the ID, the indexes are 0, 1, and 2, and the values are 1, 2, and 3. The first name, indexes are 0, 1, and 2, the name. And the first names are like names and Nitish and Ajay. So let us just read those files. So I will read the file with pandas. Let me do one thing. Import pandas as pt. Yeah. So I'm reading this file. So as you can see here, let me do one thing. So I'm reading the JSON file that I showed you, and now we can see the file in the tabular format of the structure. I will now tell you about this get output function I've written. Imported the library called KST, and it has a very good feature like HTTP. So what it does is actually, if you don't have the JSON file but only have the JSON string, so you can see the string here, ID and everything, but it is written in the JSON. So I just copied it from here. This is JSON file. So when we pass this object as a parameter to this function, what it returns is it actually is literally it literally evaluates. That's how you can understand. So it understands or it comprehends that object into the Python native data type. So what is the thing which comes to your mind? What is the Python native data type which comes to your mind when you see the key and value things? Obviously it is dictionary, or we can say map. So when this will be passed here, and the return object which we get is of the type dictionary. We're calling this. Let me run this first. Okay, and we'll run this. We'll get in the form of dictionary. ID, last name, first name. Getting it? Now if I'm printing the type, it will be of type dictionary. So regardless of the type, I mean we pass, it will understand it. It will the Python internally it understands, comprehends like what native data type it can be mapped to. So in the second example, if you show, I will just type S123 like ABC as well. So this will throw the str like string type in the Python form. So if I do it 1 2 3, I'll just remove this single quotes. Yeah, you can see it will be a integer thing. I can try it with other things as well, like if it is true, and it is throwing as a like to the boolean data. So that's all from this video. I hope you got some clarity over this AST related and you can use it in projects. So thank you very much for watching this video. Please hit the like button and it will motivate me to create more videos. Thank you.
James Murphy. In this video, we're going to learn how to programmatically traverse your Python code from within Python itself. Then we'll use that ability to help us write custom checks for our code to prevent us from making common errors and keep our code quality high. Basically, the goal is to write a custom plugin for Flake8. Flake8 is what's called a linter. It runs on your source code and then tells you if there's anything wrong. In this case, it didn't find anything wrong with the cool module. However, if we add an unused variable into our function and then run the linter again, it'll complain. Local variable x is assigned but never used. Linters can also warn you about stylistic or other code style things, like in this case, it's telling me that there's no new line at the end of the file. A linter like Flake8 already has a ton of really good rules built into it, and for those that you don't like, you can just turn them off. But what can you do if you want to add your own rule? Let's say, just for example purposes, that you want to disallow local imports in functions. There's nothing necessarily wrong with having an import inside a function, but sometimes these function level imports are used as a crutch to avoid cyclic dependency issues. Basically, a local import might be hiding a deeper architectural issue, and we just want to prevent that. But then we run into a kind of big issue. If I asked you to find all the local imports in a module, how would you do it? You may reach for regular expressions and try to match sort of the form of what a local import looks like. But even for this simple task of finding local imports, trying to do it with a regular expression is going to be an absolute nightmare. The issue with trying to use a regular expression is that text is not the natural way that we think about Python code. I don't think about these concepts in terms of the literal characters that make them up. Instead, I think on a more abstract level in terms of classes, functions, for loops, etc. Well, the good news is that Python itself also thinks this way, and it can expose this data to you. We can see this representation of the data using the AST module. When I run AST on my cool module, this is what it looks like. It shows me I have a module whose body starts with a function definition of a function named cool with an argument named n, and so on. This is called an abstract syntax tree, and it's exactly the kind of data structure that we need in order to analyze our Python source code. Running the AST module on a source file will print out the abstract syntax tree, but we can also import AST from within our own code and access that tree at runtime. In this example, we read the code from the source module, then we pass it to the ast.parse function. This gives us back an in-memory representation of the tree. Printing out the node that we get, we see the top-level module object. All these AST objects have an underscore fields attribute, so you can see what things are inside of them. You can also find this in the docs for the AST module. So we see a module has a body field. Printing that out, we see the body is made of a list of statements, in this case just one function definition. We can dig further and further and get things like the name, arguments, or body of the function definition. Everything that you see in this printout of the AST, we can actually now access from runtime. So I start with the top-level node object, and then I could say node.body, get the 0th element, that's its function definition, and then .name if I wanted to see what the name was. So this is great. This tree-like structure is now what allows us to traverse our Python code in terms of Python constructs rather than literal characters. AST also provides this node visitor class that we're meant to derive from. The node visitor makes it really easy for us to walk through the entire tree and visit all of the nodes. So here we call visit on the root node, and what visit is going to do is we'll just print out the node, and then we call this generic visit, which will visit all of the children of this node. Here's the output. You can see it starts with the module and then goes into the function definition, and basically we get a single call for every single node in the tree. But normally when you're linting your code and you have a specific rule in mind, it doesn't just apply to every kind of object. It doesn't apply to modules and classes and functions. Maybe I have a rule about common error involving for loops. In that case, instead of visiting everything, I can just say visit for. Now when I run the code, I only get 2 calls because there were only 2 for loops in the cool module. You can look it up in the AST docs for what all these names are, but basically there's one for every single possible Python construct. Okay, back to the goal. I want to warn if there's any import inside of a function. I'm confident that if I could get Flake8 to call my code, then I would be able to find all the local imports. So how do I get Flake8 to call my code? It's actually surprisingly simple. I'll make a class for my plugin and then give it a name and version. This name and version are required and they're going to show up in the help text. Then make an init function that takes an argument named tree. Flake8 will inspect the signature and know to pass the AST here. Flake8 will construct my plugin and then call run, and run is supposed to yield any errors that it finds. Here I just want to see it run, so I'm just yielding nothing. Then we create this .flake8 configuration file in order to tell Flake8 where our plugin is. It uses a standard ini file format. Create this block for local plugins, and then we're going to be creating an extension. You can tell it about multiple extensions like this, but for now let's just stick to one. On the left side, you tell it what code prefix all of your errors are going to use. In this case, I'm using like mcoding 1, so I'm saying that all of my errors are going to start with mcode 1, so like mcode 100, mcode 101, and so on. Then on the right-hand side, use the dotted path to the module. In this case, the module is just in the same directory, and then a colon followed by the name of the class. Since my module is not in an installed package in the current virtual environment, I just need to tell Flake8 using this paths equals current directory to look in the current directory for plugins. Otherwise, it's going to complain that it can't find the Flake8 encoding module. And if we go ahead and run Flake8 on our cool module, we see the running text that we printed out from the plugin. Okay, our plugin is running, but it currently doesn't do anything. It just yields no errors. So how do we yield an error? Flake8 expects you to yield errors as 4 tuples, including the line number, the column offset, the message of the error, and the class. The line number, column, and message are pretty self-explanatory, so what's this class thing? Well, it's actually not used for anything at all, it's just completely ignored. But it does have to be there, and I generally just return the class that generated the error. Just to see if everything's working, we'll just try always yielding an error, say at line 1, at offset 0. Running Flake8 on the cool module, we now see our custom error. Note that your error messages must start with the prefix that you specified in the configuration file, or they'll be ignored. The prefix I specified was mcode 1. If I change that to a 2 and run it again, then I no longer see the error. Let's change it back, but that's just something to be aware of. Getting back to the goal of finding imports inside of functions, let's make a node visitor and try to find them. My node visitor initializes an empty list of errors and will populate that whenever it finds an import inside of a function. We'll use visit function def to find all the function nodes. Starting from a function definition node, finding a local import is pretty easy. We just loop over all the children in the body of the function. Then if any child node is an instance of either an import node or an import from node, then we found a local import. Then we just create and append the error. Note that every node has a line number and offset, so we can just forward those onto our error. Here we're using a line number and offset of either the import or import from statement. After visiting all the function definitions, all the errors will be stored in this list. So now all we need to do is call our visitor from our plugin. Our plugin will create the visitor, then we'll start the visiting process and pass in the root of the AST. Finally, we yield all the errors that the visitor had stored. Running Flake8 on the cool module now correctly shows us the error that we aren't allowed to use a local import and even gets the line and column number correct. Okay, this works, we accomplished the goal. But we wouldn't want to create many different visitors if we had many different rules that we wanted to add to our linter. Traversing the entire AST is extremely expensive if you have a large code base. I would actually refactor this a little bit in order to make it easier to add multiple checks without traversing the tree multiple times. So what I did here was I extracted basically the body of the check that was actually doing the checking to see if anything was wrong with the tree, and I extracted that into a check function. I wrapped it up in a class and put the message as a class attribute. So for every kind of new check that I want to write, I just make a new class, I give it a message and a check function. I have the check function pass the list of errors that it's supposed to append to. Then in our node visitor, I just call the check function of every check class that I want to run. If you want to add options to your plugin, like adding a strict flag or something like that, you can also do that. In your plugin, just create a static method add options that takes an option manager. You can import the option manager like this. If you've ever used argparse, then option manager will be very familiar to you. It's basically a thin wrapper around argparse. So if I wanted to add some fancy variable as an option, then I would do it like this. Specify the flag that you want, what's the type of the variable, what's the name of the variable, this is going to show up in the help text, give it a default value. This allows people to set it from their configuration file, and specify any help text. At this point, if you run flake8 with --help, you'll see the documentation for your plugin. We see the some fancy variable, the name n, and our description. In order to get the values of any specified options, you need to add this parse options function. It's another static method, and it takes an options parameter, which is an actual argparse namespace. Any variables you set will now just be attributes of this options variable. So if you wanted to say enable strict mode or something based off an option, you just set that as like here, and this gets called before the run method gets called. So all of your options and whatever you set will be available before the run happens. If you want to test your knowledge, here's some homework. First problem, write a plugin to warn against any use of eval. Don't worry about sneaky cases, just check for literal eval. Next problem, forbid the creation of any new metaclasses. And lastly, write a plugin that for multiple assignments forbids multiple uses of the same name. This is a popular confusing example to throw around, let's forbid it. The name A is used multiple times here, and we don't want to allow that. See my video if you'd like an explanation of how multiple assignment works. And finally, if you're really serious about writing your own linting rules, you should really package your linting code. Right now, all this code is just depending on all these files being in the same directory. That's very flaky. For a real project, I would recommend packaging your custom rules so that you can just install them. See my video on automated testing if you'd like to get up to speed on how to package your projects. As always, thank you for watching, and thank you to my patrons and donors for supporting me. See you next time.
I think I'll spend 1.5 hours more and then I'll stop. The other thing that I have to do is to... I think I'm gonna set up another repository and then deploy again on the front end. And also have to set up the Google Analytics. I already have the file there and everything, but I need to get another ID. Because the one that I was using, I copied the code from the blog that I have, and I was using Google Analytics there, so I have to put another ID, create another ID. So that's gonna take some time as well. But I think I'm just gonna... yeah, the issue is also the deployment in Django. So I think offstream I might work more on this as well. So I'm just gonna deploy with everything broken, like stuff not working. just like the minimum to at least have something. And then I'll post on Twitter, I think. Like once I deploy everything, I think. But yeah. The thing is that I have to transform everything from a socket to a REST API because I think REST API is going to be easier to make it work on the deployed version. Because I think that I am getting the response on the deployed version through the REST API, but I'm not getting the response with the WebSocket. So all I have to do is just put another route here on this endpoint, and then I think it's going to work. Maybe I'll leave like this with the Flask version first, because I already have one version deployed, and then I change. Because this route here is working, or tested, but the issue is the other ones don't work. So I should just like change it, and then instead of sending an event through the socket, I just make an API call or post request. So hopefully I can figure that out. And so now I think I'm gonna try to see what happens when I put anything here without passing the 32 limit. Yeah, that's the problem. So the thing is that is not going through here. I guess it's just because of the error. If I put a generic one, it's gonna work. Actually, I need to console log this, I think, in here. Actually, so when receives here. You should just console log here. So it passes through this thing. Nice, finally. Yeah, finally. Let me use the one that is part of this thing. And there's math twice here. I get it. Weird. Because the problem is if I have to put every function from every library, obviously it's impossible to do it like this. So it's weird that it accepts the math library, but then maybe it's the print, but pretty print, but it's very clear there that I accept it's on part of the allowed libraries. I don't understand. It's probably because I don't have the library. Or no, it should, because there are built-in libraries, I think. It should be good. Yeah, that's why. Oh, that's why. It's because I'm not importing here. So it is viewing as a function there. Oh, I get it. Is the preprint. Not the math. Maybe not. The other thing is very hard to see the cursor here. But maybe that's just because of the... Sometimes this happens on my computer, so... I think the problem is that it's not importing the libraries. That's the issue. Maybe I can do this manually though. Just put like imports a bunch of modules, like all the modules that I have there. And then put manually inside of this thing here. And pass this. There's also this issue here, like that you might send a bunch of information about the stuff that went wrong to the visualization. It's another concern. think it's because of the additional code there that I put. This stuff here. I think I'm gonna stop here. I'm already exhausted. And I'm gonna watch these videos here. And let me think about like what I can do. The minimum amount. Just so I can have some visualization there. Like I think what is left. I'm not sure if it's worth trying to fix this thing. Maybe it's better to just leave it like this and just like... but the thing is, I have to figure out a way to like have more nodes than this. Maybe split here. Because it is returning a string, I think. Well, this is gonna return. So maybe if I do like this, this is gonna return a list. Just so I can have multiple different nodes. But I think I should try to have like the minimum amount that at least displays some visualization on some input. And then try to deploy that. Try to deploy the backend and see if it works with the deployed version. I think that's the main priority. And then once I have that, then I can send a launch on Twitter. It's obviously not great, but yeah. That's the issue. Yeah, why is not showing anything now? Yeah, I don't get why this is happening. This must be because of the data here, but then don't understand why. So weird. You're building the edges in the wrong way. Don't understand what's happening. It must be the state, but like looks like I'm receiving the correct thing here. So I don't know why. Like it should be updating here correctly. I didn't console log the edges though. But I think it's gonna work. Like, I don't see why it wouldn't. Yeah, it does have a list of edges here. Thing is, there are 55 elements and only 9 edges. So it might be because of the ID of the nodes. Like because they are repeating nodes, it fucks up. I think that might be the case, actually. Because the node map only gets the unique nodes because it is a dictionary. But then I have more nodes there. So when it tries to create the line, it doesn't find the position. Yeah, all this stuff is like too complicated to solve. Like in just a few days, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. So I think it's the repeating nodes. Because it already has the node in the dictionary. So in the graph here. So when I add the nodes and then add the edge. So how do I make sure they are the same? At least for now, then I think about this later. I guess I just change this to map instead of the thing there. The way it only pushes when they're. Let's see if this works. So now the edges are fucking up. So just for now, do the same thing. So how do I check? I think just with the E I should check. Because it's gonna be the same thing. Oh. The source are true. I think I just put source. And still one more. I don't think it's gonna change anything, but I just wanna find the quickest, easiest solution to see if it works with the lines. Obviously, there's a lot to work on still. And this is the stuff that I spent a bunch of time thinking about the other day. I knew this would fuck up in some situations. That's why I'm spending a lot of time thinking about it. Or maybe it's because I was using the wrong conditioner. Because it's node position, not maps that I'm using, I think. Yeah. But I think it probably wouldn't change anything. Even if I fix there, still problem with the edges, but yeah, maybe because then I could just copy the same thing, the same check for the edges. I think this situation happens when there are two nodes that have like a circular connection, let's say, like two connections to each other instead of one edge, like two edges connecting each other instead of only one. So it appends like one extra node or two extra nodes. Not sure. Because it should be the same node name and then it creates two extra edges. Or like whenever there are nodes with the same ID. Because then obviously in the dictionary it creates only one, but then it pushes through the list. Then the issue is that I can't really change because I have to loop over the list in the outside to create the components. If I change that, I'm gonna have to change everything, and I think it's not even possible with maybe it is with a dictionary. I can just get the keys and loop over, but I think that's probably not the best approach. Maybe it is. Then I just use the node position for everything and don't have to update the other ones. Just get the values and then loop over the values. I think that might be a better approach actually, because then it saves on the computation. Like obviously I'm just trying to get it to work now, like the minimum viable thing, the MVP. So it doesn't really matter that much. Like, just when I get it, make it work, and then have the deploy version where you can put at least something on the script and get a visualization. Just trying to get to that as fast as possible, and then everything else I'm gonna improve over time, obviously. Once I have that. So, but I'm thinking if it's worth to change now, because then like I can do the same thing that I'm doing here and then loop over this to load the nodes. On the other component, on the nodes component. Instead of using the nodes. But I think the node position only has a position. I would have to change, you wouldn't change like the amount of loops that I do or the amount of operations that I do there, but I would have to change the thing that I'm mapping over. Should be the dictionary of the node maps instead of this one. And then here instead of edges. Oh, but actually I need to have the edges, so I think it wouldn't work anyway. Let's see how much time. I think I'm gonna stop here because I'm really tired. So I'm gonna rest a little bit off stream. I think I'm gonna continue to work on this a little bit, probably just 1 hour more off stream or something like that, 1 hour and a half. And see if I can figure out like what to do. I think but the issue is that I can't really change the thing to socket before figuring out how to do the visualization thing. It's probably better to figure out the visualization first, then change from using WebSockets to REST API endpoint. Because I think it would change everything actually when I do it with the REST API, because then like I'm gonna do the request through one component, and then I'm gonna have to use the response. So like that's the issue, because like here I can send from one component and then receive the data here because it is just listening for the event. But if I do a REST API It gets more complicated, I think. But I guess I could just set the data on the other component. Because I'm using context anyway, so it's not that big of a deal, I think. Just remove all this stuff and then just do this part here on the other component with the response. So instead of doing this, I would get this output and then I would put inside of this function after creating the graph. Oh no, the graph is created inside of here. Yeah. Then update context through this component instead of the other one. Yeah, so I'm gonna stop, probably gonna come back tomorrow, keep doing this thing. Once I can write like a minimum script, a very simple script, and see the visualization with the lines, and I deploy everything, and then I see that it is working with the deploy version, then I'm gonna probably like make a short video showing this stuff and post on Twitter, then post on this channel as well, and try to get like at least 10 people to try to use it. And probably I think today right now off stream I'm just gonna try to see the analytics thing, create another GitHub repository, and get another Google tracking ID. Choose set up the Google Analytics. Then tomorrow I continue to try to solve this stuff here. So yeah, see you soon.